get things going. That way we can keep jabbering on, but, you know, do so in the game. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Treacle's Peoples. This was a Naked Brutality start that we did go out of our way to edit the scenario to add the mechanoids chasing us. So basically, started the game with no research. Our research is semi-random. Well, actually, it is randomized, and all that. And that every so often, the mechanoids would be like, "Hey, we're coming." As you can see from right here, in 5 days, the mechanoids will arrive. And this is not your normal raid. To be clear, this is not, you know, they drop one little pod and they attack you. This is the sky is falling, brimstone and fire. Everything is coming to an end if you stay. It is a literally never-ending wave of mechanoids that is like a high-end, high-damage things. I have seen people put together challenges where their goal was just to go, what are you getting healed from? Oh, right. The flu. I forgot we had that going on here. But yeah. Let's see, Theme Park World is the best theme park game. Change your mind? I don't... Honestly, I never played Theme Park World. There was a hot minute there that we had Roller Coaster Tycoon came out, then Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 came out, and then we started getting a bunch of other ones come out, because you had like the 3D Roller Coaster Tycoon came out, you had like, there was a Theme Park one, there was like Coasters Unlimited or something, like, you had a whole bunch of them that kind of saw the success of Roller Coaster Tycoon and are like, but what if we did this, you know, 3D better, whatever. And the most of them were not great. And all that. Like, even the Roller Coaster Tycoon 3D one, it was okay. Like, it was alright. It had a lot of things it did well, but it also had a lot of things that were not super good. But to catch up to what we got going on is last stream of RimWorld that we played, we had a really, really nasty time. We had a very, like, rough raid of Devourers that got misplayed. I was trying to split the group of Devourers in two so I could take it down one half, then the other, but instead got stuck in a door, which means I was fighting the entire group of Devourers in close range, which is about the worst possible way you can fight them, and my results reflected that, as these two are my only two colonists from the original set. Everybody else died, and one of the only reasons we were able to get back into it is because we had a man in black, who was Apple Lords here. So it was pretty rough. Another big MVP we had for that is we have Alpha Thrombos. Didn't mod or do anything to make the Alpha Thrombos happen. We got an Alpha Thrombo that was female and a regular Thrombo that is male. They can breed with each other, and because mom is an Alpha Thrombo, then the child is an Alpha Thrombo. The regular Thrombo did die. We didn't kill it. We had a lot of fighting, a lot of violence. They got an infection, and we were not able to keep the infection under control. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna try and hold up here to get our flu immunity as far along as we can before we go on to our next destination. So is it just the two? I usually would expect it to be 3. Oh, and we're about to have a baby. So, you know, that's a thing. Is it just the one baby? I don't remember. I thought we had 2 people who were couples. Oh, no, that's right. We had 2 couples, and then the one went to propose and got rejected, and they ended their relationship. But yeah, so we're kind of just chilling. We're just collecting materials right now, doing our best. We're going to let the mechanoid clock tick down. We might need to leave before we're in the clear from the flu, but we want to get it as far along as possible before we nope out, just in case we get to the new tile and things escalate right away. Alright, we got a Wolverine, it's over in the corner. We got a Lynx. That's a bit closer than I like. It looks like you've already hunted all the big animals on the map. See, every time you come to watch you, your grab ship is looking more and more like one of those cargo prison ships from a sci-fi game. I mean, to be fair, if you look at this as well, this would also be what you'd expect almost like, not a cruise liner, but a passenger ship to look like. Where it's going to be, not just one where you're, stuck in your seat for like 8 hours, but one that you're going for like a week or so. Your steamliners from like back in the day, whereas everyone has their little room with a couple of beds or whatever in it. They're packed in there like sardines and all that kind of stuff. Which unfortunately, comparing that to the prison situation, about the only difference between your little bunk dorm thing on, some kind of passenger liner and a prison is what furniture's in that room, and does the door open when you try to open it, or is it locked, is about the only difference. Because the exterior bulkhead is still going to be what it is. You're still going to have pretty heavy walls in between and all that. You're still going to have a bed of some kind. It's the extra accoutrements you have in here, and whether or not that door's locked is about the only difference. Or I guess also, like, is the toilet in, like, its own little pocket in the wall, or is the toilet just next to your bed? In RimWorld, you want furniture to be the same to make the prisoner happy for recruiting? Yeah. I'm actually pretty bad about that, because quite often I don't do much with the prisoners. I have a tendency to not rely on capture and convert. It's not that I never do it. I absolutely do. If someone shows up and they're like, tough, nimble brawler or something, yeah, you better believe they're going in a prison cell and we're having some conversations. Or very neurotic, industrious, steadfast. Yeah, that person's 100% getting a talking to and being brought on. Alright. Arc editors in labor. So let's go ahead, and we have pretty good chance, about 0.5% chance that they just straight up die. About a 90% chance everything goes great. About a 7.5% chance that baby's sick. And about 3% chance baby don't make it. So that's actually pretty close to the maximum odds you can have. So I'm not unhappy with that. Yeah, that's the thing. 0.5% chance of death. Dead. That was always the scary thing. There was a challenge I would do in the past called the Adam and Eve challenge. That basically you start with a couple and your entire colony has to be built up from their descendants. Which before I was like, oh, it's incest. No, that RimWorld doesn't have that without mods. It's literally just mom and dad keep having kids. It can still be a little uncomfortable when you take into consideration that poor mom is basically just there to have kids the whole time, and that gets not so great feeling when you're getting to like kid 18 or so. But it is an interesting challenge. It's a very slow burn one. I haven't done it in a while. But you can never, without mods, eliminate the chance of mom dying. And so that is one of those things that once you start getting to, 15 or so dice rolls, even that 0.5% chance, you're like, we're starting to get to the point where that lever's going to flip between the cumulative odds of having survived to not survive is getting a little more scary. Because we did have one run that happened that we didn't get very far in the run, and then mom died, and it's like, oh, well, that sucks. You can eventually recruit as suitors, I guess, if you wanted to add that to the challenge. We did have the rule where if mom or dad died, I would be able to replace just one pawn to allow for the family to continue. We never actually did that, because usually when one or two of them died, it was right at the start of the run, and at that point it was just better to mulligan it. Because generally speaking, having your little army of children, like the whole challenge of that run is right kind of in that early-ish mid-game. In a lot of ways, it's harder than Naked Brutality, which doesn't make sense when you think about it, because you're like one pawn and then having to build up from there. Well, that's clearly harder than 2 pawns. But the challenge you run into is because mom is busy having kids at all times, so she's, got all the penalties from being super pregnant and all that, so she moves slow and she can't work as well. And then you've got, 3 or 4 children standing around who can't do anything for the colony really on a meaningful level. Okay, healthy baby, that's good. It ends up being the one adult who's able to work at stuff full time, desperately trying to keep everyone fed and not getting anything else done. And you do that for like literally 2 or 3 in-game years of just kind of working with a pawn and a half. But the moment those kids hit adulthood, the run quickly flips from challenging to effectively having nothing but strong pawns. Okay, so we did have a healthy baby. So we're going to open up the queue. If you would like to be our brand new baby to the colony, just do !join and we'll get your name in the hat and all that. I'm just going to quickly snooze these ads. That way they happen when my wife gets home, so I can step away long enough to, welcome her home and that kind of thing. Versus this. She's not home already, is she? She could be. Like right on that fence, the earliest she could be home. Because she's asking what's for dinner. Oh no, she's already home. Okay, so what's going to happen here is my wife is actually already home. So I'm going to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some dinner stuff in. We'll get the kid named. And I'm just going to run the ad while I'm away. That way it happens while I'm away and not in the middle of gameplay. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about that. So let's catch up. Man, that could sound bad out of context. Naming a kid right when you go down to see your wife. Okay. It took you ages to figure out that RimWorld, where this expanded music came from. It's very Firefly intro. Yeah, so we have P music installed. I also have the there's the one that makes it so it plays Project Zomboid music as well. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw that name for who's gonna be the baby, and it's gonna be Harry Gia. So welcome to the colony, and we will be closing the queue for now. Alright. And you are currently down to just fine. Welcome to the colony. It'll be just a minute, and then you'll appear over here on the right. Just the way RimWorld works weirdly while the baby is being fed right at the beginning, it doesn't count. But like if the baby just immediately passes out or whatever, you know, the pawn is down or whatever, then in that particular case, like, the baby will show up immediately. How good are you with medicine? You're 6, that's fine, I'll let that pass. Animal disease flu on the thrombos. Well, I really need you to stop doing that, game. Okay, so we already have that, so we're gonna go to feeding. Urgent on everyone except mom. Just because when mom feeds the baby, it means, you know, mom needs to eat again. And so it becomes this extra thing where it kind of delays twice over. Whereas if everyone else feeds the baby, they just feed the baby and that's just the end of it. So it's just way more efficient for, you know, for people to use the baby food and all that. Alright. You know, RimWorld's really good. There's definitely times like I'm super in the RimWorld mood, and then there's times it's like, yeah, you know, I could take a break. But, you know, I've been kind of invested in this run, so, you know. Got alpacas to hunt. I believe I have you all restricted to nearby. They've been doing that so they haul the stuff in. Yeah, no, I saw that. It's a little like kind of plastic model car. It's cool looking. Plastic model cars. Those are two different cars. That's neat. That's a good one for stuff like the art channel on the Discord. Yeah, no, it's like a pickup truck and a Jeep. Alright. So I'm telling them to turn on the passive cooler here so it keeps this room a little bit colder. So that they should keep, you know, keep the baby in the crib for right now. I'm trying to remember, do we already have No, we do not have the microanalyzer yet. But for those who didn't see, we are running the no starting research and the semi-random research mods. So no starting research, you won't be able to see what it does. But it does start you with no research at all, so even though we would start technically as like tribal, we won't have tree sowing or pemmican like you normally would. But at this stage, we've been around long enough, we've filled in all those gaps. But the semi-random research, if I was like, hey man, I'd really like to go ahead and get standard GravTech done. That button just doesn't work. It cannot hit to start researching it. Basically, we've given Randy the keys to our lab. He said something about swimming asparagus. I don't really understand, but, you know, it's probably fine. That said, we are actually using the storyteller Cassandra. It's just my preference. Randy, I have too long that Randy just goes on vacation and leaves us alone for like 2 years. You're going, Randy, I need you to do something. Like, you're being entirely too chill. Inspire taming on Rhino. That doesn't help us. Right. We do have a problem with our animals right now. And that problem is, yes, your tameness is slowly falling off. Because our best person with animals is, I believe, at 12 animals. And we need 14 to tame these without the sentient catalyst. And so all of these ones have the sentient catalyst. That one, I don't have a spare one for them. So they require a slightly higher animal skill than I have. And so they're very likely to just go wild. Yeah, can I cut you loose on just focused on fishing? Probably not. But, can you butcher the wild one? Well, that's my intent, is I'm watching its tameness, and if its tameness gets down to, say, like, 2 before we reach the point that, yeah, if its tameness turns to, like, 2 before we manage to, get it sorted. I was hoping to prevent that from going off, but it's fine. Just means all this putting out starting fires won't work in there. So just wasting a little steel and components. And making a mess. But yeah, so what we'll end up doing is, in the event that it's gonna go wild, we will kill it before it goes wild. Because I might as well get the resources from it. Alright. And how are we doing on our flues? 74%. 80%. Could, like, one of you put out those fires, please? Hey, Alex, how's it going? Are you all done with the fire? No, you're not. Yeah, no, things are going good. Okay, so we did waste one fire foam popper, but that's not that big a deal. When you're doing the Odyssey grav ship, you really can just keep your components really stacked up and all that, and you usually don't have to sweat it. You just land, mine up what you can while you're going through. Why are you not being taken care of? Oh, they're probably out of range of nearby. That actually is a big problem. Get out there, treat them now. So the good news is the one we're actually worried about going wild, so if it doesn't make it, it just makes it to Sin Forest. The other one is one we do want to survive. Make sure they don't get fed the baby food. That's just me needing to manually intervene. And also check out Basset doing some Alchemy Factory. So if you liked Parcel Simulator there, Alchemy Factory would be another factory automation game it's fun because it's like miniaturized and all that, but you make alchemy recipes and all that. That's one of those games I need to circle back to. We jumped on it when it first dropped in early access, and I had a really good time with it. You know, it's the same that you kind of do, like, you can't finish the game at the time, so it's like, alright, I'll come back to this later. So, we'll see once it gets closer to completed, but I'll come back around for it. And it won't be too much longer till we properly need to get out of here. And I am being very wasteful on my Glitter World. Any type of melody that can potentially be lethal, unless I've got things like really locked in, I'll usually just burn the Glitter World and be done with it. These days, Glitter World's not that hard to get a hold of. And the number of times I've lost a pawn to being like, you know, hey, let me just save my glitter for a real emergency, this is fine, and then it's not fine, is entirely too many. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, once we get down to 1 day, we leave regardless. Because sometimes you just get unlucky. And, you know, you end up having someone have a break that you can't get them back in there. Let's see, you're watching your last series for Vintage Story again, and while watching, you realize you take a long time to rewatch it, and now you fear the VODs will vanish before you can watch them all. Oh, yeah, don't worry about that, Alex Speed. If you go on the YouTube side, we keep all those VODs there. That's the whole reason. That's like the main reason I do multi-stream between both Twitch and YouTube, is because Twitch, the VODs only live for a little while, versus on the YouTube side, they're there for basically until I delete them or something goes wrong in YouTube. But like we do have like a command for the YouTube channel. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. But yeah, so that's where the YouTube channel is. So the entire series will be there too. Including past runs when I do Vintage Story as well. But broadly speaking, since we've been allowed to multi-platform, pretty much every bit of my content is on the YouTube side. With, I think there's been like one, maybe two times that like I had a sponsor like, we don't want the VOD to be saved, and it's like, oh, okay. Which is usually a weird thing, like in advance, not like they saw the VOD and they said no or whatever. It was like, yeah, don't like go onto Twitch, disable storing the VOD. It's a very unusual ask, but it's not never. Yep. Yeah, no, there is on the Twitch side, if you go on the bottom, it'll have like the picture of like the YouTube icon, the picture, whatever, not in like the full-on about area. But YouTube will have a bunch of social links, but they're just the icons, so they're very easy to overlook. Alright, so... yeah, you're about to be immune, you are immune. I'm trying to give the Thrombos a little bit more time to get a little bit more of a lead. But we're going to need to get out of here very soon. Because as I said, the mechs keep chasing. I also should figure out where the heck I'm going. I knew I had a plan when we last played this, which was something like 2-3 days ago. Right, I was working my way up here towards these two. And that's part of the reason why we're trying to really pick up the food. Is once I get to around here, the grow seasons are going to get extremely short to not happening. So I will need to just have enough food to get up here, do what I need to do, and then get back to get more food. And with a bunch of Thrombos, Alpha Thrombos for that matter, in the colony, that does mean our food consumption is very high. So even though I got a bunch of storage up here and all that, it is just kind of a problem we are going to run into where keeping the food handled is going to be a whole thing. Okay, so we are starting to pull up the medicine, which should help. Another Thrombo is on the way. Alright. If you can just run down here, grab that herbal medicine, then we're out. You missed the taming of them? Oh, basically, you'll get a quest that says, like, oh no, a quest that's like, hey, you discovered the Alpha Thrombo. You could tame it or kill it for its resources. I went there, I landed, I had a bunch of the Sentient Catalyst I'd gotten from quests and loot, and then we used that to reduce what it takes to tame them. And it did take like 8 tries to get the Alpha Thrombo. It did take quite a bit to get that to stick. But we did just, keep taming it till it got to stick. And then we just got a regular old Thrombo to have a breeding pair, because the Alpha and the regular ones can breed together. And since Mom is an Alpha, the young ones are all also Alpha Thrombos. Yeah, so you apply the Catalyst. To give you an idea, without the Catalyst, it's 14 taming is the requirement to do it. With the Catalyst, it drops it down to 7. And we had like 10 or so or something like that. Alright, so let's see if there's anything here that would be a good choice for location. We do have an infested settlement there. That's just a basin. What I'm doing is I'm checking these points of interest to see if there's anything exciting. We do have a drug stockpile there. That has interesting implications. And we're trying to get up here. So the most interesting one would be the drug stockpile. It is going to be a little bit of a rough mess to deal with, but honestly, considering how far I have to go, that's probably the best choice we have. At least there's something to find there, potentially. So let's go check out the drug stockpile, because this place is about to be covered in mechs, and we don't want to be here anymore. Because this isn't, for those who have never seen when the mechanoids catch you, it is not a fight you can reasonably win. It is a endlessly, they just keep coming, and it isn't like... You see this YouTube archive is behind? Which is fine as long as you get what updates eventually. What do you mean by it's behind? It should have everything there. Like, there's no delay from when, like, literally I am streaming right now to it. People can watch it right this second. So there should be no, like, delay or anything of that nature. That'll probably be my best bet. Yeah, it'll be fine. But yeah, no, there's like literally every bit of content is there. Oh, you're looking at the videos tab, not the live stream tab. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Yeah. I'd like to make more edited videos for the YouTube side. It's unfortunately just, it takes time. And especially with this year, how it's just been like non-stop, just game release after game release after game release. Finding time for like doing the editing and all that, which could just be such a time vampire. It's just not been happening. That's actually the announcement we had at the beginning of stream is along that lines of, I now signed on with a agency. And so, yeah. That should help with the whole time thing. Alright, so that'll be potatoes in the ground there. We can go down here. And chuck down you. And go over here. And most likely it'll be too late for me to grow any of this. We're gonna chuck them down anyways. Oh, there is a delay. It's about 10 seconds. Yeah, no, generally speaking, the stream delay on YouTube is more significant than on Twitch. Oh, you're back up and just ready to rock and roll. Go grab your weapon. A squirrel has self-tamed, which is fine. A squirrel has chosen death. As you do sometimes. And with this, we can actually go ahead and put a fishing zone. Because all this is considered one area, so there's 370-something fish. We will allow them to hack the ancient stockpile, which it should be the only entrance. The other thing I need to probably do is go in here and say ore. Leave that other one alone. Alright, so we got refugees. Of course, it's a lot of people. And 2 of them are already unhappy. They've shown up on the tile and immediately were like, I hate this. So what is your deal? Why are you instantly unhappy? It's just you don't have any positives. Alright. We gotta go to schedule. Oh, unrestrict everyone. Yeah, that's right. Okay. You're not gonna get to do any of this. That's all fine. That's fine. Okay, so we got a ton of them here. And they can just do whatever they can do here. That's not going to help our food situation at all. But we are still a guilty ideology, which does mean if someone goes, I need help, and you tell them to piss off, everyone gets a pretty substantial mood debuff for like 8 days, so half a season. And that can be pretty rough to deal with. We're going to just go ahead, and even though we're unlikely to get those potatoes, we'll keep that going. So meanwhile, let's go, is there jade? Not loose. Plasteel. Not loose. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead and just take a quick peek around and see what is worth mining along here. Because we just did a quick search for the kind of more valuable things. Steel-wise, I believe we're in really good shape. Yeah, let's hold off on mining more steel till we're a bit lower. See about... Yeah, it's not a bad spot. Not great, but that's fine. So actually, surprisingly, really not much compact machinery. And thank you, RJ, for the 150 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if there's an ancient danger, it's not obvious. That's fine. So what we're going to want to do is kind of let this just cook until you get... Oh, one thing I need to be doing. Furniture. Animal sleeping spot. Actually, don't put that there. Animal sleeping. Oh, I did kind of put these everywhere, didn't I? That's probably a mistake. Yeah, I'll put these here, and I'll just let the animals be loose on this one. So what we could do here is then go to schedule, manage areas. Expand, and I'm just going to grab the ship itself. And go manage areas, invert. Close animals, and there you go. Got another statue there. All right. Don't watch Rual on an OLED, it'll burn into your second screen. Yeah, so we can get a bunch of wood here, but we'll see about other stuff. Interestingly, this is a somewhat defensible position. All this wetlands will slow down enemies' pathing. And we got a nice little choke point up here. We got an area over here where they kind of choke in that spot as well. This is a little bit more open, but it's open with water. So it very well, even if I positioned here, they'd have to trek across the water and all that. Yeah, so we're slowly getting that all constructed. They're all getting... Oh, do I have bedrooms for you? I probably have... So we got 15 people, which one's a baby, so 14 people. I believe I only have 12 bedrooms. There, so they all have beds now. Mad Raccoon. Oh, Lexi. I didn't see her up there, man. Alright, never mind, you're good. Meanwhile, how are you doing? so you're still at 4 out of 5. Major brace risk on you, because recreation unfulfilled. That's fine, you can sort it out yourself. Who's our construction person? Why isn't that happening? Arc editor. Okay, you're actively doing it now. That's fair. I was thinking, like, why do we still not have our generator built? But yeah, so we're gonna work our way into this drug cache, and get all that going. And otherwise, we're gonna plant stuff. I fully expect the plants to not make it. We're on a relatively cold tile. Mad horses. Alright. Cassandra says it has been a solid 10 seconds since the last time something tried to attack you. Therefore, it is time for something to try to attack you. It looks like they're all... Oh, well, I just goofed again, didn't I? Yeah, the horses are much faster than they are. Please don't make the same mistake of trying to run in there. Yep, I'm not giving up my defensive position. You all can figure it out. And now's where we accidentally friendly fire and kill our own people. And sorted. Alright, so you need a rescue. Actually, have plenty of time for the rescue, too. Alright. Yeah, that's because they were way up here in this pocket. They couldn't get out of there before things were going to turn ugly. It's fine. That is just the nature of some of these maps. We got the warg over there on the edge. That's a little concerning. Right now, I'd really like our people to get stuff handled. And we're almost at the point where when we go to space, I could switch my outfits and be good for space stuff. How are we doing to that end? We just need 4 more vac suits. So you're down to 3 tameness. If we're lucky, while we're down here, we'll find a sentient catalyst and bring them on board. But the odds of that are not particularly amazing. Animals-wise... Yeah, so Apple Lords is the one taking care of the animals. You're an anti-vaxxer. You think that people need to be exposed to the vacuum of space to develop their own resistance without science getting in the way. Honestly has the same about rough intelligence of the other thing, but we don't need to dig into that. Thank you, Telenartho, so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. If we get a shout out for Telenartho, I'd really appreciate it. But welcome in, raiders. Just doing a little bit of RimWorld, getting ready to jump into a drug cache down here real quick. Just gonna take a hot minute to get that sorted. And let there be light. Also playing some RimWorld, so I hope your run went well. And if you got a raid and run and all that, do your self-care. Like, don't let me stop you, but obviously you're welcome to be here. But I hope your run's going well and all that good stuff. And, you know, either it is being excellently executed or great content, or both. Alright, so we're getting all the potatoes planted that I fully expect to freeze to death and not get anything for it, but you know. You finished your current run, everyone died at the landed ship. You're expecting to lose on your first try, but it went better than you thought it would. I mean, if you got to the landed ship at all in your first run, that's already better than I would imagine like 95+% of people do. And that's probably being pessimistic, or probably being optimistic on how other people do. Like generally, no, this is your first time getting to the land. Ah, I see. That makes more sense. Still, getting to the landed ship and trying to do that is different, because with the ship to your stars, it's definitely one of those things you're walking onto a tile that already has a lot of wealth on it, and then trying to scramble to make that work. It's doable, but there's definitely that beginning of just trying to get yourself set up as fast as possible. Alright. So, it looks like everything here is good. I got shield belts already. There's none of the weapons here that I'm like, that's the one, I need it. I'll take your regular medicine, because I will always take the regular medicine. And honestly, probably good. Yeah, you thought about too much. Turns out you didn't bring enough specifically wall-making structure materials. Yeah, you're close to the ending, to an ending RimWorld. You're intending on building your own ship. Yeah, that is... The building your own ship is kind of the default, this is the standard ending. Not like in any negative way, but it's like for knocking on ending, that's kind of like the original ending for the game. Which the Ship to the Stars was also there at the beginning as well. But that was kind of the, like since it got released on Steam. But that's kind of been like the, this is how you win the game kind of thing. Alright, let's go ahead and get our obsidian statue here. As they slowly make our rooms nicer. Yeah, no, it's honestly hard because you're not going to be dragging a bunch of wall building stuff with you. Bricks aren't exactly light. Okay, we're getting Electro Harvester. That's something. You know, bricks aren't exactly light or anything like that. So it is kind of one of those things that, you kind of just dash to the tile and start building as fast as you can. And it is a trick. Like, once you get the defensive perimeter set up and all that, you know, then it's kind of just like, okay, what do I need for the finale? And it's, there's a bunch of different strategies, which I won't spoil on how to do it. But it is an interesting one. In the many different approaches people have. Alright. And everyone's getting everything planted. Like I said, I have very low expectations of getting this growing. I could go for rice to give myself better odds, but I'm mostly doing that so they continue keeping their plant skill going up and all that. And then getting wood and all that kind of nonsense. That said, I am fast coming to realize I do not have a zone here nearly big enough for what I want to do. And we keep getting locked out from going into the drug cache. Because the plan there is everyone's going to go down there but Apple Lords, and that's because Apple Lords is the only one who can control the Thrumbo. So you're down to 3 tameness. Alright, so Lexi, sunlight sensitivity, serious pain, hunger, slept in the cold, mediocre bedroom. We can stop fueling that. We shouldn't be dealing too much with slept in the cold. I do have heaters in my ship that are keeping most rooms around 70. The individual bedrooms not as much, but a thing. That's fine, have some dark visions. Hey, Annabella, how's it going? So you could put vents on the walls there, and that wouldn't be a bad move. I'm just not going to. Alright, so the stockpile is open. We're going to grab all of the adults except Applewood so far as my actual colonists. I'm going to tell them to rush on in here and start checking this place out. You'll have childcare set, right? Yeah, we got people up here, good childcare. Because if we're lucky and we get a, the Sentient Catalysts here, I get to keep that at a Thrumbo. If we're unlucky and it's not there, then we have one less Thrumbo in the immediate future. Who is my best researcher now? Yeah, so you start dealing with that door immediately. You two get down here into position. And you two get into support position. And I should be having you pop the door because you run faster. Okay, we've got Luciferum. Alright. And my next best researcher is Rhino themselves. Are you about done? We'll have you do it. So you'll finish that door up. And then switch the other door. Okay. Oh, right, they're gonna have to hack that door. So you run down there, and I will have you start working on that door. That's gonna take you a minute. There to loop over here. So it's not great that it's separating me out on the full opposite side of the area, but it's fine. So I'll be in position for helping this out in just a second. Okay, nothing we care about here. I'm really surprised there's been no traps in this place. You start hacking this door. We got a bunch of drugs in this place. It is a drug cache. It's kind of its whole deal. Betrayal offer from Phlebe. Secrets of Archotech, which is a book. I mean, if things happen and it goes sideways, you know, I'll take my free prize. But also, probably not something I'm going to go on my way for. Alright, so you start hacking this door, and then you run all the way back down there. Now when you're done, you start hacking that door. Yeah, I mean, most of this will just trade away. The Luciferum is always an interesting one. I believe we have a sickly pawn in the colony. I gotta remember if that was on my last set of the current one. At which point what I'll do is if at any point that pawn ends up in danger. Okay. Normally, I would much rather chase this away. If I'm going to do that, you two get in this corner, you get in this corner. Oh, we got a component box here, so you go ahead and pop that open while you're there. So what I want to do here is you keep running, because we don't want it to explode in that room. Nicely done. So you go ahead and pop that box. Rhino, go ahead and get up here. You two up here as well. Yeah, because I didn't want it to explode in this room where it destroyed the drugs. Gravlight panels. That's a good one. Okay, nothing we care about. Inspired surgery on James, which is fine. Alright, so it looks like that's everything down here. So now we go here, exit, everyone leaves, items, grab the package meals, the components, the smoke leaf, the flake, the yayo, the go juice, the luciferum, and the gravlight panels. And now it should all show up here as they all do that. Major break risk on you because you are ravenously hungry. Just eat, dude. You're not downed. You're allowed to wake up and go eat. You don't have to starve. Yeah, some of these you'll have a lot of threats and some of them you won't have many. So this is one that was like pretty benign on the threats. We had, was it literally only the one trap down there the whole time? Yeah, it's just taking them time to get all the drugs out of here. There's the gravlight panels, and that'll be everything. Okay, and with that we can choose to seal it. And have Rhino do that, because there's nothing else we want down there, so we can just make the area stop existing. Alright, so that gives me... what was that, 75 more panels? And we got plenty of space here, so I can go and expand the ship a little bit, which hadn't been something I anticipated getting to do here. But I'm sure as heck not complaining. Because if we're lucky, I can start making my biotech room. I can start seeing about making xenogerms and all that to make my character stronger. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. Okay, so we have 45 tiles. 1 second. Siege. It looks like they're going to siege from afar. They do have a pretty good range. A bit of everything. Yes, this is the same colony that almost got wrecked by the Devourers. What's your health thing? Alright. Bring everybody. You want to stay here? You gotta be willing to get involved. And they stop to social fight each other, which is perfect. Because that'll delay them from doing anything. And I'm really hoping they take the bolt action one out of the fight. So you're supposed to be sieging. But the pod things haven't arrived. The thing that social fight has confused the AI. Oh, nope, there they go. They've got themselves unscuffed. So I got some hits in. Is Slate gonna keep coming? So I want them... Oh, come on, Thrumbo. You're the program. Major break risk on you. Unfortunately, those bolt actions are going to cause us grief. If I can get over here, I'll get myself some cover, but I think they're going to aggro before we get there. Okay, grab all of the guns on that target. Okay, we need to back off. We prevented the siege part. We can force them to come to this area. Unfortunately, there's not much cover. Okay, so it looks like they're getting all separated out here, which is good for us. So let's run down here, because I'll get no cover up here for the most part. Rumbo. That's not the move, friend. Is that the untamed one? Yes. So honestly, if it dies, it's not the end of the world. We just want the body to survive. Okay. You're the child, you get the corner. Then the rest of our range. Get here. And so we got a lot of hurt ones. And mostly the short range ones are in the lead. Okay, so you're hanging back here. What is your shooting? Your shooting is amazing is what it is. Alright, so what's your range? Just barely in range. So what we're going to do here is we're going to try and force them to chase. We're going to back off a little more. Back off a little more. Tantrum. Okay, so still chasing, surprisingly. That's Rhino who bailed on it. We're gonna, again, reposition to force them to keep chasing. Actually, we can do this here. So they're lighting my fields on fire because they're a bunch of trolls. Even though I've already killed the bulk of them. Alright, so what we can do then is instead of doing what I was for my previous approach, let's run around here. We can get close enough, dump the thrombos on them. And the thrombos should just clean house. You all just... So Rhino destroyed their own bed for no discernible reason. And I'm not too fussed that they're destroying all that, by the way. And the reason I'm not too fussed about it is we're about, like, literally it's below freezing outside. So you lit your fire. It's getting not great. I've got the thrombos such as get in there. Okay. So you three just get out of here for right now. Okay, they're all dead. I'm just gonna let those fields burn. Training. Honestly, sorry, man. I'm not gonna have what I need you to keep you tamed, so... See if you can manage to save him. Looks like you will, actually. Why are you eating berries? I've got 400, almost 500, well, 400 cooked meals laying there. Bio, you're sickly. You're slow learner body purists. That's not gonna be great for the thrombos to be, like, laying down in and or by fire. Schedule unrestricted. That's all fine. So we're patching everyone up. Starvation on Spurg. which I don't get. I've got copious amounts of food, unless you're like cannibal or something. No, you're not. Okay, and that was the one we weren't going to be able to keep tamed. That's fine. Disease infection on Spurg. We do have people trying to... Well, that's the worst thing. They're the ones who put out the foam. So they set the fire, and then they got too close to the fire, and then they, you know, fire foamed to put back out the fire that they set. That was the reason I kind of laughed at it. It's like, okay, I mean, if you want to set it on fire and then get rid of it for me, like, I'm down to let that play out. Are you not going to treat the ones that got injured? Is that, you know, the typical RimWorld behavior? Oh, and we'll need a place to tuck the corpses. So, dumping stockpile, low priority clear, and human-like corpses. Gotcha, and you have an untreated infection, because nobody is medicaling, despite everyone of my people being at Medical 1. The tried and true of RimWorld, Medical 1 priority does not mean they'll do medical. They'll get to it when they feel like it, which might be never. Alright, and James needs treatment, because apparently this whole time... Oh my god, literally... It is so infuriating that you can have medical... priority 1. They're like, I'm gonna go play the harp. I don't feel like it. I don't really feel like doing medical. I think it's time to play the harp. Have you seen how nice this harp is? It'd be a shame not to play it. Okay, who is our actual cook? James. And so Earthrush could be the next one, because I do want to make sure we put a priority on butchering the Alpha Thrumbo that did die. Because it's sitting in marsh, so it will deteriorate very rapidly. Oh, we got a Hellcat over here, so let's haul that back. It's not right about the meat, but the Thrumbo main fabric is really good. Major break risk on you. You used a drug. Well, you're a Hussar. Of course you use a drug. You literally will die if you don't. Malnourished. What? Is there something wrong with my food priorities? Why is nobody eating? You've got your packaged meals. I have, like, almost all my people are, like, hungry, malnourished, all these things. And that's despite having literally hundreds. And none of them are foods that we can't eat. Literally hundreds of packaged meals, and they're assigned to Lavish. And we do have it okayed on Lavish. So I don't really get what their deal is and why they're like waiting till they're starving to consider eating. Food binge, unsightly environment. I mean, they are actively cleaning it up. Who's my best doctor nowadays? James. Okay, so I have James go ahead and 10 to Spurg. That's pretty close. A good 10 by James should be enough to get through. Yeah, 70% 10 will probably be enough to get you to the other side. Make sure you're not starving and all that. And I was gonna check, where did you lose your weapon? I do hate when they don't pick their weapon back up when it's available. Alright. And you're relatively young yet, and you're a baby, so you're not doing anything anytime soon. That's fine. And needless to say, we're not going to get anything grown here. So what we can do is any animals that are huntable, that aren't going to be a whole big mess, we'll go ahead and supplement our food with that. The warg's all the way down there, so we can ignore that for right now. Yep, and then all our potato plants and all that are dying. It's too cold. One thing we could potentially do is go over here and initiate on the caribou. And we'll end up killing one or two of them before they can manhunt our pack. And then just mop up. And that'd be a huge influx of food. How long do we have the refugees here for? 7 days. Okay, you've had a mood break because of this. Medical emergency on you because of your infection severity. You are winning by a fair margin, so you'll be fine. That's the reason I intervened and made sure James specifically took care of it. You have chemical hunger, but also you are prohibited from taking drugs. And you're dazed due to chemical hunger. And then you're downed because of your extreme infection, which is right about to get, through. Okay, and we're aggressively preparing all of our meals. And thank you, Eisenforia, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that's 3 months of sub to the channel. I do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Alright, and we're just getting one person after the other over there. The other thing we could potentially do... 38. Try to convert some of them to be less of a pain. Alright. Yeah, so we're quickly turning all of our vegetables we've got stocked into that. Please don't social fight. So we'll probably do here, since we're going into winter, which means it's going to be a while till we can grow anything here, is most likely I'm just going to have them run around long enough to hunt the various animals on the map real fast. If I forget the smaller animals, just go for these bigger ones. Just so we can make some packaged meals, and then we're just going to move on to the next spot. We've already looted the place. There's no point in waiting on the crops. They're just going to rot out there. And all of this area is probably going to not be able to have any type of food for a while. So we're going to need to try and get up that area. So it's going to be probably like 2 jumps to get there. then do the event. And by then I'll probably have to retreat a little bit to restock on food before the next wave. Bringing on the refugees for the quest certainly didn't help anything. I do think the next time we get to reform our ideology, we might get rid of guilty pretty soon, just because we're starting to get a pretty decent number of people, and kind of being forced to recruit people still at that point is not going to be particularly helpful for anything. Oh right, we got the panels. Right. So we got 45 panels. 23. 15, so that'd be 38. Something like that should be all the panels. Because then they'll save some inventory space by not having a stack of panels. Strange signal. Not going to worry about that here. We're going to be moving on to the next tile pretty quickly. Considering we're killing the last few animals now. Medical treatment needed for your asthma. Yep, I had exactly the right number of panels there. Probably not enough to set up a biolab yet, but that's okay. Alright, we got a deal maker. What are you bringing to the table? Beautiful, joyous, all that sort of stuff. And the joyous gives you a mood bonus to everyone around them, which isn't insignificant. At the same time, this person probably has something going on with them. I am willing to bring them on. Let's go ahead and let's talk to you. I'm willing to bring you on. You basically are only good for shooting and social. That's okay. You can be a, truly dedicated hauler. Alright. So we're bringing them on, and before they can do anything around here, they can fight fires and all that. They can be a patient. They will not be doing doctoring. We'll let them do the warning. They will not cook anything. We won't worry about them doing any of this other stuff, but you are a dedicated hauler. That's what you do here. This person can betray us. So what I'm going to actually do is tell them that you're not allowed to have your gun. I don't want that gun either. And we are going to start a queue if you would like to be the deal maker that just joined our colony. That very likely has a metal horror embedded in their body and or other problems. You can definitely put your name in for !join. This character might be a temporary one. We don't know yet. But we'll see when we get there. That said, I need to go here and say vac suit helmet. And vac suit, we'll add one more for each of those. Assignments, you are going to be changed to our colonist assignment. Do all this. And we'll work on, and thank you, Page Cakes, the 200 stream streak being like, no temporary pawn here. Yep. Yeah, you're getting metal horrored. Well, that's the thing. It could be a bunch of stuff. It could be metal horror. They could have, crumbling mind. They can have the organ failure stuff. There's a number of possibilities. They could just betray us. They could be chill and just leave at some point. There's a pretty big pile of stuff they can ultimately do. But crumbling mind, I wouldn't be able to do anything about realistically. The organ one, there's room for possible solutions. If they betray us, by all means, if I down them and they don't die, sure. But there's a pretty good chance they'll probably die if that happens. But until we know what their deal is, we're just going to leave them alone. Alright, with that said, we've got all the animals worth hunting on the map sorted. James is doing that. I'm going to intervene with Ark and have you butcher all these animals real fast. Because then James can focus on turning those into meals. And meanwhile, we are very rapidly converting all of our raw food into meals. But that was why it was kind of worth it for me to take the time to really quickly get that. I don't like people getting food poisoned from incompetent cook when James here is a level 13 cook. You can only expect so much. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw the name for the colonists we don't know what your deal is yet. And that is going to be Flyspeck. Welcome to the colony. And once we know your deal, we'll get you armed and all that. But until we know, like, are you a metal horror? Are you going to have crumbling mind? Like, what the deal is. If you have crumbling mind, you're probably going to get kicked out of the colony. If it is the organ decay, we'll try and save you. Unless I get lucky and I get like a mech healing serum or unnatural healing or something like that. But if you get to the point where crumbling mind takes effect, you're probably out. It's a pretty severe penalty. Research-wise, Smoke Pat up. What's next? Where's James? Why are you making a statue when you could be cooking? Artist is lower priority. Because, like, you get that they weren't butchering, the bench was taken up, but... Keep the ball rolling. So I only got one more animal after this one that's worth considering. What is the largest RimWorld colony you've ever had? If you're talking number of pawns, it was in the 30s. I don't know the exact number. It is not fun to play the game with a colony that size. It is genuinely a slog that is just not enjoyable anymore. You're talking like physical area. I've taken a good at least third to half the map. Trying to get a full map colony is actually a challenge that a number of people have attempted. Alright, so we've got that, so let's go ahead and launch, because again, cold tile, we're not going to be growing anything here anytime soon. We're going into winter, so there's no more crops here, so it's time to just move on. But generally speaking, RimWorld is not a game that is good or well suited for large thing. What happened to the water park sim, Aqua Sim? It's early access. I had fun with it, but like being at early access, there was like you could only do like the first challenge on the scenario maps and all that. So it's probably perfectly fine to play, but for me, it is a thing these days that I go with early access. I kind of just dip my toe and be like, hey, what do I think about this game? Is it a game that I'm going to enjoy or not enjoy? Okay, cool. All right, now I put it aside because it's early access and I'd rather just play when it's done. Now, so we did bounce off a little earlier. I was enjoying it, but it's definitely a game that there was a lot of UI pain that was clearly early access. And then just, you know, a bunch of the scenarios being very limited because it's early access was very much like, okay, I like what I see. I'll come back when it's more cooked, more ready, more done. Because very genuinely, I'm just tired of early access at this point. I meant number-wise, I figured it'd be frustrating. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the exact number. It was in the 30s was the largest colony I've had, and I was genuinely not having a good time with it. Like, not as in a difficult time with it. It's just RimWorld does not make for a great large colony experience. You stop caring about the individuals nearly as much because there's just too many to reasonably pay attention to. The game runs slower. and then just broadly speaking, it's not the same game. And usually by the time you've reached that size, you're like solidly end game, and half your people are juiced up and everything, that you don't really have to focus too much on things. Okay, so there's a geothermal over there. Okay, so you're on the edge of the map, you're on the edge of the map. You're on the edge of the map, you're on the edge of the map. So honestly, my most useful one's probably that one. So this is a map that's particularly bad geothermals for me to utilize. Which is unfortunate, because I do kind of depend on them. I would really not prefer to put myself right on the edge of the map. There's lots of risks there. And I don't think I am. So I'm going to put myself on this frozen lake. Thruster breakdown, that's fine. It just means it will consume some components to get back up and running. Okay, and then waterproof. Ah, I see. So we need to build foundations. It's been a while since I've had to do this just to run a power cable. So that'll be on the list. Wildlife. Not a lot of great choices. Got the cougar down there and all that. Then go to zone. Dumping stockpile. Go like this. Low. Allow all. No human-like corpses or rotten. And immediately start hunting everything. We can go to our stuff on the map. And go to plasteel. There's none out there. Ore. We have gold ore. Go for it. Silver ore. Go for it. Uranium ore. Sure, that's honestly fairly risky. We've got components. 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 I'm actually not seeing much in the way of steel, surprisingly. Looks like there's one pocket of steel back there. Alright, so we can let them work on that. We don't intend on staying here for a long time. I can go over here for my plant people. Just cut down some trees. That's because there's not really much room to grow things. There are a bunch of random animals here we could hunt. But it definitely feels like the better answer. Oh, I see. So you got a little pad out here for the thrumbos. I was wondering why the thrumbos were chilling there. I'm honestly okay with that for right now. So we'll go to the thrumbo zone. There you go. Eat some trees. Then go to furniture. Okay, so I'm gonna do my best to get some geothermal on here. Get ourselves some components, all that kind of nonsense. Keep the oven going and whatnot. Yeah, we have reached the point where we have the same amount of berries as we do other stuff. So just kind of basically hang out here till we can move on to the next tile. It is in the home zone, right? Yep. You also need to be in the home zone. Yeah, no. Overall, like, just to be clear, I actually did enjoy what I played of the Aquapark game. It definitely seems like it's got a good start. The thing I was running into is like the UI was very cluttered, in that you go to like build a slide and you got this giant wheel. It's like, okay, here's like the elevation, here's the angle, here's the special parts, here's like the endings, and like all that. And then there's some that had nested areas. It's like, okay, this giant wheel here, I don't know why you've made a giant wheel, but it really could just be some nested menus and all that, where it's like, okay, elevation, up, down. So instead of like going to the right and clicking the end result, just be like, okay, up, down to like get to that. You go over here to the bottom ones, like for the left and right bend, just have a thing to go left or right, arrow-wise, and not have to like choose your individual like 5 different buttons for it. Because it could really compress that UI down a great deal. There we go. Now let's get power to the ship again. And then we can't fish because, you know, it's frozen. Alright, so you're getting a little bit closer than I'm comfortable having you. You can see why. And I went to go start hunting them, and it decided to go start hunting back. I just had the benefit of bullets. Extreme break risk on Lexi because uncomfortable, cold, chilly, you're sleepy, you have high expectations, yada yada. The cold should improve here once we get the geothermal on. I actually do have a couple of heaters in here. I probably need another one, maybe 2, at this stage. Probably 1 for the hospital, like 1 more for this main area. But, you know, we're doing what we can. Colonist needs rescue because you're frail and have food poisoning. And it looks like everyone's going to ignore your pleas. And just watch. I'm not going to intervene. I've got all of these people on Medical 1. There you go, Rhino. I say I have all those people on Medical 1, so somebody should help. So one thing I believe you can do is, if I recall correctly, I can go here. Actually, before we get too involved, we will begin conversion, and I want that to be on our new recruit here. Because we want to get Fly on with the rest of the group in case Fly ends up sticking around long term. We don't want them to have an ideology where they're going to constantly be an issue. So you're going to get that knocked out quickly. So hopefully we've been, literally every single one we've done has been a masterful this run. That's not true. We had 1 effective before this. So we've had 2 effective and then a bunch of masterfuls. You are dying of hypothermia. Because we are just not getting this built in time. So I need you to just stop what you're doing and get that done. Yep, they're slowly dying. Why are you only carrying... This is a real problem. So change the plan, build that real fast. And who else could do construction? Because people are going to die if we don't get that done. Okay, everyone in that room. Alright, get back to what you're doing. Now it's very much overkill. But like, we had multiple people who were, you know, with serious injury and all that, and frostbite concerns. As you can see from the 4 people already back here injured. All of them frostbite. Alright, so Arc Editor's already already healed. I need you to run over here and get that geothermal online, because that's what turns on all our heaters. And that's because we are wearing mostly armor, not really clothing for the cold. Okay, so you stop for a minute. You can keep delivering materials, and then Ark can pick that back up when they're not freezing cold. Okay, we'll give Ark a chance to recover real fast, and then we're gonna run out here and do that. It's not that cold of a tile. I'm actually surprised that's, like, for the refugees having problems, like, okay, they probably just came up with some shredded clothes that are not necessarily appropriate for the temperature and yada yada. Fair enough. But for a bunch of my colonists to be having problems, it's like, oh, really? Okay, deconstruct those. I do think need a heater back here. And a heater in the hospital. Major break risk because you're cold. Crumbling mind on fly. Unfortunately, most likely that's going to be you not being part of the colony anymore. We'll see if we get really lucky and we score a mech healing serum or unnatural healing or anything like that, but the odds are not good. Let's see. I didn't see an ancient danger here, but I also didn't super carefully look. Yeah, no ancient danger here. Yeah, so unfortunately it looks like it's pretty grim odds that we keep you. And it's just with the size of the colony, I don't want to absorb upon that. For those who don't know what Crumbling Mind does, I believe it cops out your consciousness at 60%, and it makes you incapable of dumb and smart labor, which means you can pretty much make art. And that's it. And you could be, like, not so good at shooting. are not so good at melee and have a movement speed penalty because, again, you have a penalized consciousness, and it's just one of those things that's like, yeah, it really properly wrecks a pawn. And once Crumbling Mind takes permanent effect, the only thing you can do with it is, you know, basically kill the pawn, rip out their skull, and then resurrect them as the only way to fix it. And Mech Resurrection Serum is one of the more rare items in the game. But yeah, so it is a thing that's going to be a whole thing. Alright, so try and get over here in time. Unfortunately, because you have mild Crumbling Mind, you do have a 90% consciousness, which means you are already slowed. The good news, you do have a pretty good lead, so there's a very good chance I can get help to you before that becomes a whole thing. All right. Yeah, but that's always the thing with creepy joiners. They always, well, not always, they most often have something wrong. And some of those things can be, you know, basically make sure you don't have a pawn kind of thing. You can work around all those, but like to solve this, I would need the Mech Healing Serum, Unnatural Healing, or again to murder them, rip their skull out, and resurrect them. Those are your ways of fixing it. I do not have the availability of any of those right now. Chemical Starvation. Look, man, you both hate chemicals and all that. I don't care about any of this. We're just gonna get this out of the way. So there's winter has begun. We're just waiting for Earthrush here to be able to get back up. We're gonna have them re-equip themselves. It won't be super long till we can leave the tile. Mad Buffalo. That's fine. There you go. All right. And we're probably not be able to get much steel out of this one. Just because there's only one spot to get it. It's kind of far away. And I don't want to stick around and wait for him to mine. That's going to be a lot of time that we're wasting on that. We can't really get other things done. Man, oh, wait, you're a wimp, aren't you? That's right. I was like, man, you're down for a while. Right. That is I believe you're an Impid? Yeah, we have an Impid Wimp. So it is just someone breathes on them and they immediately collapse. Just trying to grab a little extra steel. So I hopefully have enough for the future geothermal. Alright, so Earthrush is back up. Go grab your gun. Just in case a proper threat shows up. That's not even the... Yeah, steel's way down here. How much longer till the refugees are out of here? Oh, 3 hours. Good. So refugees are right about to leave. That'll be good because that'll massively reduce the food strain they're causing me. Cool. Long-range mineral scanner is the next one we got. I probably won't worry about that too much. And refugees should be out any second now. All right. That's fine. Quest completed. That gave us more points. Like I said, I do think we're probably going to get rid of the guilty ideology soon. We're just hitting kind of the late stage in the game where it's going to make me take quests that are just going to make me, like, drag things out. Yeah, so it's up to moderate. Yeah, you're not going to make it, unfortunately. So they're going to have you drop those, and you will be, unfortunately, leaving the colony. We just don't have what we need to help you. So we could just pretend you walk off the tile, and that's your best odds of getting help, is someone else being sympathetic. I just don't have the means to do it. I let you keep the rest of the clothes, but the helmet I wanted to keep. Okay, so you're hauling stuff back. It'll be recovered soon. You're cooking survival meals. Watch them come back as a leader of an enemy raid. Hey, makes for a good story if it happens. Alright, I don't see a reason to stay here. There's nothing we want. We can't grow anything here. It's the middle of winter. It's freaking cold outside. So we're just gonna go ahead and get on the comms. Or get on the piloting shape. Because we're trying to jump all the way over to, where our next grav core comes from before our food supply dwindles to the point that I need to retreat to start growing more. Okay, so we can jump over here, and then we'll be just barely out of range of the next place. So let's see what we got. We got a hollow river. We have increased animal life and all that kind of stuff. That'll make the Empire mad. Just compact machinery. So regardless of whether I go to this one or this one, it's going to kind of be the same thing. In the sense, neither of them are going to supply me much food and all that. So there's the frozen terraformer and the cave system. So I'm going to go straight up for the frozen terraformer. Mixed biome. Sunny. I'm seeing if any of these have anything exciting at all going on them. I don't imagine we're going to find much. Increased animal life and sunny. Sure. Good enough for me. Yeah, so I'm going to go to that, because I might be able to start retreating back out to get my food and doing the stopover on the way back. We'll see. The hope here is that we can hunt the animals enough that we won't have to dip into our packaged meals too much. But that obviously depends on a lot. Yeah, so it's putting me pretty far on this side of the tile. You're right on the edge. 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 Yeah, this is our map where almost all of them are like right on the edge, so this will be the one we use. We can park ourselves right here. There is an ancient danger up there. We got steel down here. Alright, so before anything gets too far, we need this to be built as quickly as possible. We will go ahead and tell them to chop down trees in the area. We'll go to a dumping stockpile here of low priority that accepts everything that is not rotten or a human-like corpse. You are welcome to cut the steel. Actually, go for this steel node and forget that one for right now. And there's more components over there. And there's silver. And this is another map we don't intend to stay on very long. Get in, you know, hold out for everything to recharge, and get out, because we are kind of a food timer right now. So we want to get what we can. There is a lot of dangerous animals on this map. Like, an alarming number of dangerous animals on this map. On a meanwhile zone, expand, thrombose. Have a lovely time. Please don't leave those right there. So the good news is because I'm able to do that immediately, it's right by my storage. Ark was able to beeline over there and get plugged in, like, right on the get-go. So you can check it if we end up having, like... Where'd you go? Keep building. What are you all doing? Why are you standing in that door? You can handle a blizzard. I do not want you standing in the door and just letting all the heat out. Yeah, so the Arctic wolf and the wargs are the big problem. And unfortunately, they are kind of everywhere. Okay, so we got all the heaters on. We'll see if they can handle the space, keeping it warm. It does seem to slowly be warming the place up. I think we still need more heaters, though. We can put a heater back here. And chuck a heater in here. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Get in there. Get in there. Come on, man. Don't go down there, man. Yeah, problem is, even though there's steel on the ship, Archiver's like, no, man, I gotta run out here and grab that steel. This steel in here can't grab those big stacks of heal there. That's the gross steel. That'd be too convenient to build the thing right next to me. Gotta go outside and do it out there. Where'd you go? They gotta get the fresh steel. No one wants the stale steel. So I'm trying to get enough heaters that we can keep the ship generally at a safe temperature. Alright. Let's see, but once he lost his fingers, he's willing to use the old steel. Yeah, learned his lesson. To be fair, one problem he's got going for him is he did put on the steel plate armor, and the steel plate armor does basically almost nothing for temperature protection. And I don't have him queued up with like that as a priority, it's just what he's choosing to do. But it is something that's causing a great deal of problem for him. At the same time, in a fight, I do like him having the plate armor. So where are you going? Okay, it does seem like the heaters are enough to keep it almost to it'd be like room temperature for most people. Almost in like the 70s, not quite. It's just a hair cooler than most people keep it. Because like the lowest you normally see people consider keeping a room is usually 68, and that's on the very much on the low end. Most of the time room temperature is around like 72 or 74 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, and it can get, like I said, it's kind of between like 68 and maybe 78. Like once you get outside that range, you're talking a pretty unusual temperature to keep a room. All right. It does suck that we lost a finger here. We'll deal with it. Right, so everyone's just hunting anything that gets too close. While we wait for the engines to come back online. Otherwise, we are mining a bunch. Forced descent, we'll have to accept this or we'll get mad. We can take the compact weaponry or the goodwill and all that stuff. We'll probably take the compact weaponry. Gonna go and accept that immediately. Cool, they did crash down right next to us. That's good news. They are actually packing some pretty solid range. So you're just going to go ahead and hang out in the ship. Oh. Well, that's a different raid than that one. Okay, they are bringing some pretty significant ordnance here. That is not what you want to see. They got a Doomsday launcher, a triple rocket launcher, and then some pretty solid ranged damage. And that's not the raid that's going after them. That is a completely separate raid. So we're going to have a separate group attacking down there, and that's just going to be what it is. So I think this is one of those ones that we need to try and bait those hits. So you're my fastest pawn right now. No, you're not. You are just the normal speed now because you have... Oh, it's because you're high. No, it's not because you're high. Why are you so much slower? Yeah, so you're two going to be in the back. So what we're probably going to try and do is at the beginning, we're going to try and bait them. Because we can do some damage. Because the heavy ordnance is way in the back. So I can drop you real quick. Okay, you're luckily way back there. We got really lucky that for whatever reason, those two just really held back in a big way. Okay, and that's the raid coming after them. Alright, so most likely they can handle that by themselves. How badly you get tagged, James? Pretty bad, so you just get out of here. Yeah, unfortunately, they ran at them and then started doing this. Oh, hey, that was literally the leader of that faction coming in. Don't let Huntsman get away. This cannot be allowed. Hey, hey, Boxbox, how's it going? Okay, good. Huntsman did not escape. We have ensured that Huntsman did not escape. Wait, who had the Lucy? Huh. It's not very often you have a Lucy addict show up on the map. Why couldn't Huntsman escape? Because Huntsman is a traitor. It's a meme that goes around that the character Huntsman just, for a lot of different people, has done horrible things in their colony. Like Drongo, there's a clip of, you know, someone doing an orbital beam targeter in the middle of his colony. It was Huntsman. Mortal Smurf had 3 runs, like, in a very short time frame that all got ended by Huntsman. So it's kind of become this meme about how Huntsman is, you know, just too dangerous. Can't let him live. Alright. Well, then you go apply it yourself. The Jade Club approves. Yeah, so you got tagged pretty good in the leg. Alright, how much longer till 2.5 days. We have an Ancient Danger we could pop here for potentially getting some goodies. We give everyone a prime. Let's see, why do the Thrombos have black horns? Are they alphas? Yes. Look, man, I'm going to need you to drop that armor. You were just getting hypothermia way too fast. Drop that and get something not that. The steel plate armor doesn't exactly offer much insulation. Okay, so when everyone's all healed up in the morning, we'll probably make a move on the Ancient Danger. Alright. Yeah, so you're probably not going to be able to do super much for a little while. You almost lost your leg. I mean, we can wait a little bit longer before we go for the Ancient Danger, because I would like you to have you in the fight, but, did lose your tibia, which is not great. And then you almost lost your right leg. And I'm pretty sure we can't make any bionics or anything like that yet. Made like the prosthetic one. I forgot we can make our drill arms and power claws and all that, but we're still just at prosthetics. We need the microelectronics and all that to start going for bionics. But that right leg that you've got going on is honestly at the point it would be probably better as a prosthetic leg. Oh, good ship. We can go ahead and... Who's my highest social? You? Let's see here. We're good on all that. For right now, take all the not thrombo. Give me your medicine. Take that stack of drugs. Take that stack of drugs. We're holding on to Lucy for right now. I'll take your Gravlite panels. Multi-analyzer and gene processor, I'll take that book. Take the worn out children's clothing. And that'll do. So make sure to haul the medicine in and haul the research book in. Don't need 200 dye? I really do, though. Could you imagine our characters not dyeing their clothes their favorite color? That doesn't seem reasonable. Imagine living a life where we're not stylish. Is that a life worth living? I have the self-dyeing thing, so they will, you know, gradually dye their clothes their favorite color and all that. They're just gray because a lot of them have the favorite color gray. Because there's just no counting for taste in our colony. Okay, so we got 24 Gravlite panels. $14. 20. We've got a combat group. Yeah, imagining this is one of those situations that, you're just gonna be slowed until we replace that leg. We don't need fur-skinned. That's all stuff there. So you got more medicine for me. Oh, actually, I've got 169 medicine. We don't need to try that hard to get that. Go ahead and take these, like, all these shells. We don't have that all set up. That chain shotgun's basically all but melted, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can get rid of the extra bolt actions. Keep the assault rifle. I don't want the incendiary launcher. We can get rid of the LMG. I'm honestly at the point where I've got just a surplus of weapons. So get rid of 2 of the Hellcats. I'll keep the Hellcats over the straight, like the normal launcher. I do have a Doomsday in storage and a sniper rifle. Alpha Thrumbo. Alright, I was always curious if you could get multiple instances of that, and that answers that question. So have our worn out helmets. We're not using those anymore. That shield belt is basically already down to its last limbs. Get rid of the poor quality shield belt and the other 2 ones that are pretty worn out. It's a lot of gold to be just carrying. There's some smoke leaf for you. Yeah, for right now, that's a lot of gold. Yeah, so in this case, I don't actually care about the Alpha Thrumbo. There's too many. You like, with TTK or Rim Connect, the new one you can set your color preference for your pawn. Yeah, that's cool. I don't tend to run either of those. I find Twitch integration mods for, honestly, a lot of games, to be entirely frenetic. That it can be hard to really have a particularly enjoyable experience just because it's just kind of non-stop chaos. And the only way you don't get that non-stop chaos is you just like lock it down so much that people can't really meaningfully participate. So it's fine to do as like a one-off or whatever, but generally speaking, I personally, again, as a one-off, I can enjoy watching it or doing it, but even watching TTK and that kind of stuff, more than as a one-off, I very, very quickly get over, like, just not wanting more of it. It's just too much chaos. It's not the RimWorld that, not like it's a chill game, but like I wouldn't call RimWorld typically a frenetic game on a normal time. But with TTK, it very much gets that way. You also end up with your colonies where the colony is, you know, 40, 50, 60 pawns deep. And again, the times I've done Rim Connect and Rim TTK, again, that's like usually for a chaos thing, I find I just don't get invested in the run at all. Because if I open it up enough that people can do stuff, it's not my run to win or lose. The streamers who do it, I think, have the temperament to do it. I don't think it's a temperament problem. It's the pacing. Like don't get me wrong, you can have, like, for example, Ilana uses that from time to time, but usually she has it locked down to mostly just you can give it names. Which is fine. But that's not what people want when they're doing TTK kind of stuff typically. Like, they want to be able to influence the run to, you know, throw raids at you and that kind of stuff. And that's usually, like I said, the people who do the Twitch integration, that's about the only way to keep it from becoming utter chaos, is to just lock it down to being very little functionality. But, where you do let, you know, your viewers pull in raids and all that, either it comes down to you crank up the costs extremely high, which means it's kind of only good for, you know, kind of only really available for people who are there the whole time. Or you put, like, really heavy cooldowns on so much of it. Like, you just have to ratchet it down. Again, that's for doing it regularly. Doing it as a one-off where you just kind of like, hey, this is a throwaway run. We're just gonna do some chaos. But yeah, no, it's definitely not my jam. Not watching, not playing. Like, I'll hang out when I want to support someone, but I don't enjoy even watching it. It's just, like just constantly things happening. It's very, very much just too much going on. That's when you streamed it. You had it set to complete items, couldn't be bought. Pawns had minor alterations allowed, could only level skills, and you would just join a queue, so people had to wait. Yeah, that's basically the way you make it work, is you just lock it down really, really heavily, so it's only like little touches. This is true of most Twitch integration of substance. You know, barring specific games that the Twitch integration's kind of the whole point. But most of the time, you know, Twitch integration of any real substance, that is, the unfortunate kind of reality of it, is the bulk of the time, it is just everything super high energy the whole time. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to go and get myself a new drink, and we're just hitting an ad break, so I'm gonna go quickly get myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. All right, and I'm back just in time for that. So thank you, Heck and Doc, for the raid. I do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. If we can get a shout out for Heck and Doc, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, and to circle back, Pelanova. Yeah, no, that's kind of the reason I don't get invested in any type of Twitch integration RimWorld run. Is because you realize as the content creator, yeah, you can influence the run, but it's not your run to win or lose. Because if chat kind of rallies together and they just throw everything at you, you can fight it off, but with enough of an effort, you will lose. Playing some Mega Mech. Nice. I've had a good time with all that stuff. And the stream is going well. We've been making good progress and all that good stuff, trying to get our ship expanded some more and all that. But thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream and whatnot. I don't know much about Mega Mech. I think people have described it to me before. But regardless, thank you again so much for that raid and all that stuff. So if you're looking for Mega Mech, you can find that over there. Yeah, to circle back to the Twitch integration thing, I have difficulty caring about a run or even a game. Like, it doesn't even have to be Twitch integration or whatever. I have difficulty caring about a game where, I'm not the one who is kind of leading whether or not I can win the game or not. So like, for example, if you're playing, a roguelite that literally the RNG is more important than your own player skill, I have difficulty enjoying those games because, you get that bad roll or two at the beginning of the game. You're like, well, this is a scuffed run. And that's usually just those games where it's like, you have to have certain synergies to scale up for the end game. So that's usually like going after high scores or whatever. Usually they're not too bad, but there is some of the games in like the Vampire Survivors-esque genre, for example, that like you will have where you can combine like 6 or 7 skills to make these overpowered builds. But there are certain skills, if you get them, there's just no good build to work with that, so you just go, fan-made open source way to play Battletech? Yeah, no, I remember. I think you rated here before I mentioned you were playing that the last time. Yeah. I think, yeah, it was the tabletop style. That's cool. But yeah, no, absolutely, it sounds awesome. But yeah, so it's kind of like that kind of thing. And I find with Twitch integration runs, it is again, you either ratchet it down so it doesn't influence that much, or people can influence it, but it's very limited. Because if you just leave it open, then what ends up happening is like you'll have like 4 or 5 people to get together and go raid, or whatever event, to the point that it's just the raw numbers game unless you go full cheese. You're dealing with, a raid that in the game would be at a scale well outside anything normal or reasonable. Just the same hand, you could be sitting there struggling and they'll be like, new pawn, drop food, new pawn, drop you a really good weapon. And so it doesn't feel like you're anymore the thing that is winning or losing the fight. It's basically your social engineering of your audience being like, hey man, like, we're struggling, oh no, we're really invested in the run, please, we gotta make it through this. Getting people to, spend their points. And that's not fun to me. And I know there are people who do it, but just to like your thing, or like, hey, like, got down to 1 pawn and came back to the brink. That's just it. You can be down to 1 pawn, things are dire, it should be a lost run. And someone just starts throwing a bunch of stuff at you through the Twitch integration. And it feels like an unearned victory at that point, because you're like, no, I only won because a bunch of people chucked points at me. And that's for my own personal thing. Yeah, a 50,000 point drop raid, and then you're faced with huge raids because something tossed crap at you. Yeah, no, exactly. And so that's kind of the whole thing, is like Twitch integration just doesn't interest me. Once in a while we'll do is just a fun, it's chaos. Very genuinely, by the end of a Twitch integration stream with RimWorld, I have a headache, and I usually just call it a night after that point. Because it is just go the whole time. You think this applies 10 times for Zomboid? You can't stand watching Twitch integration Zomboid raid streams. Yeah, and it's the same thing. Like, I did 1 or 2 of those, like, again, as like a reward, but I would only do like half stream or 1 stream of it. It is a thing I generally don't enjoy watching them, because to me that's no longer a measure of like the player's skill. That's just, is chat feeling vindictive today, or is chat feeling altruistic today? and you just kind of strap in, and it's not your run to win or lose. You know, the ebb and flow of chat is going to dictate that victory. And this is not like crapping on anyone's player skill or anything like that. Yes, you can influence it to like tilt the scale a little bit, but ultimately chat is the one who's going to determine the outcome. And again, that's unless you ratchet it down, at which point, you know, how much you ratchet down. Also, it's a very tricky thing to find that balance ratcheting it down too, because, for example, I can have the same number of viewers one day to the other, and like this day the viewers, like, I'm very second screen, people are just listening, they're not super active in chat, which is fine, and so they're not doing much Twitch integration. And that exact same audience on another day where there's nothing else going on, so they're really engaged with the stream, and now they're setting off stuff as fast as it comes up, and like trying to constantly do that adjustment to find like, okay, based on the number of people here, I gotta bring this down to be a more reasonable amount. Oh no, it's very quiet, I gotta bring it up. I just don't have the time. I'd rather work on other things. But yeah, no, I'm generally very reserved on Twitch integration. Let's see, have we ever seen Twitch integration here? Yes, I have done it 2 or 3 times. The big problem is the mod I was using, Troublemaker. Unfortunately, the 7 Days to Die devs did some really crappy stuff, and that mod ended up basically going away. Just like the group making those mods in a lot of games just ended up going away because, you know, it just kind of screwed them really bad. And it was a whole thing, because plus most of Twitch integration mods, the ones that could do anything interesting, generally they make you host a server and then join the server. That way you have all the functionality the server admin does to, you know, spawn in zombies and do a bunch of stuff. There are Twitch integration mods that don't require that setup, but usually they're way more limited on stuff. Mischief Maker, or was there a second one called Troublemaker? I could be confusing the two of them. Because, like I said, I only did it once or twice, and it was fun to do something different, but it is one of those things that very genuinely, that's what I figured. The right tibia being shattered, that's basically the equivalent of having a missing leg. Alright, let's go pop this Ancient Danger. Yeah, no, that was, the mod I'm talking about, they had a 7 Days to Die version of it, and what ended up happening was originally the 7 Days to Die devs didn't have Twitch integration built in their game, and so in the absence of that, these devs made it, and it's a thing that you could use bits or whatever to do the Twitch integration and all that, make enemies spawn, yada yada. And eventually the 7 Days to Die devs added Twitch integration to the game, and it wasn't that they went, okay, well, we're basically going to say no to your mod. That would have been, you know, kind of crappy enough, but it's like, okay, whatever. Instead what they did is, because that mod did use the 7 Days to Die sounds in 7 Days to Die, to like, you know, oh, you're going to be under attack or whatever, ultimately what happened is the devs DMCA struck multiple content creators using the mod. So rather than be like, hey, this mod, you know, please don't use it, whatever, they're like, okay, we're just gonna go and, you know, do a copyright claim on you for using our copywritten sounds, you know, as you're playing the game that has those copywritten sounds baked into it. And it's about, like, the crappiest they could have done, because you get too many DMCA strikes and that's it. Your channel's done. It's gone. Yeah, no, the peg leg would be better. I just didn't want to do it right now because I want to get out of here soon. Popping these is a little dangerous. Let's get around the corner. And I'm gonna have you pop in here for just a second. Okay, only one hostile. Go get him, champs. Oh, you can stop shooting that. And you got chain shotgun. So, unleash the thrumbo. And there's a range team. Go run in here. And dealt with. But yeah, so it's one of those ones that, like, you know, very genuinely, getting DMCA strikes on your channel is very much, like, a very big threat. And again, it would be one thing if they had done some announcements or did warnings and all that. I still wouldn't agree with it. But just the way they ultimately handled that. I already have one Gourmand. I don't want a second one. But, like, the way they handled that, it's like, oh no, I will never... Like, literally, I openly will never play 7 Days to Die in the channel ever again. Because it's like, look, man, that is pretty effed up to do that. But they did it to a couple of different creators. The 7 Days to Die devs suck in a lot of ways. They've done some pretty awful stuff over the years. Yeah, the peg leg would be better. The only hesitation I have with doing that right now is we are getting ready to jump into an area I'm going to have to clear. But I think I might just need to kind of accept that. The other downside is the person who needs the peg leg is my best doctor. Alright, so it's the right leg is going to be the one. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Oh, not peg leg. We don't want a peg leg. I can do a prosthetic leg. I can do one better. Hypothermia. Why are you... Oh, man, you're definitely going to take some injuries. Like everyone else just left? Yep. Come on, get back before you start taking a bunch of things that... Oh, it's the on an island with 2 dentists, go to the one with the bad teeth thing. With the dentist not getting his leg fixed. Alright, so James here will potentially get this done. We are going to go to the next destination as soon as possible because we can't grow anything. We've already hunted pretty close to everything worth hunting on here and processed it. We're still doing really good on our meals, but we do have a small army of Thrumbo, which means they do honk and eat all our food. But yeah. No, it's fine. Like, the Project Zomboid Twitch integration, it was fine, but it was definitely one of those ones that, like I said, you know, it's another one of those ones that the players get to choose whether you win or lose. I did take multiple deaths on it, but it was stuff like people figured out ways to kill it. For example, I had people who kept throwing equipment on my character as fast as I could, so me dragging it off to dropping on the ground while having zombies chase me. And it basically went till someone got a firefighter suit in my inventory, and my character like just stopped moving and, you know, died because they were just so overburdened. And we had another death where people just kept spawning zombies in until I couldn't do anything about it. Alright, another baby's on the way, and we are going to launch. Okay. And this is going to be the rough one. Ice Sheet is extremely inhospitable, almost no animal life or plants. I may have goofed. I don't think there is geothermal. Oh no, Ice Sheet has geothermals. It's ice. It's sea ice that doesn't have geothermal. I was saying with sea ice, it's a matter of if I have enough wood on hand to deal with anything. Yes, there's a geothermal right there. Can I get one that's not quite as on the edge of the map? I mean, it's actually probably the least at the edge of the map, but then it's also I gotta go through... 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 all the other stuff there. I mean, the fact is I'm going to be on the edge of the map. That's just the reality of it. Am I really out of steel? I just noticed that. I'm going to need... Oh, this is bad. Okay, who's my best mining person? It's literally the construction person is my best one. And we don't have wood. I didn't realize we were out of steel. So... we can make this work. It's gonna be real cursed. Real cursed of how we're dealing with this. I'm going to go and use the uranium just because I have it and it's available. And we're going to immediately tuck that over there. Oh my god, this little fence being in the way. We're going to do this like it's a brand new run on Ice Sheet. So get over there as fast as you possibly can. You. No time for that. Rip that up now. You. No time for that. Start putting those in. Because if I close this off, I can use the geothermal to warm us up. And then with that, we can run up there and mine a little bit, run back here, build a little bit, run up there, mine a little bit. You get the idea. Oh, you are already shivering. You all deliver stuff as fast as you can. And you just stay on this, man. People will literally die very soon if we don't get this thing closed off. I know, critical alert, hypothermia, I'm trying. We've almost got it. Minus 100 degrees. Just keep at it. Is it fully roofed now? What part of it is not roofed? The middle part. Keep building the roof. Literally, Ark dies if you don't get that roof built in time for this to warm up. That's all you can do. It's warming up now. There's no more roof to be built on this. I don't think this will matter. Go ahead and build it anyways. Come on, keep warming up. Come on. It's warming up like 10 degrees Fahrenheit a pass. Come on. Just get in here. Everyone's getting hypothermia. I know, medical emergency. In this particular case, animals do not follow. And also, I apologize, Thrumbo, I've been sitting here panicking on this. You're not finding anything to eat here. It's fine. Be in the ship. There's no food for you anywhere else. Can you carry the children in? Yeah, they'll bring them in here automatically. The kids usually can handle just about as cold as you can get. Oh, you actually are getting some mild hypothermia. All right, we're almost to the point of hitting above 0. I just need you to hang in here a little bit longer. Come on. This is my own doing to myself. Alright, they just died from hypothermia. That was our only mining construction person. So I physically can no longer build the geothermal. Which does mean we're probably going to start freezing to death. So I just need this to sit there and cook. Medical emergency. 3 people just got downed with hypothermia at the same time. It's still too cold for us to not freeze to death. And I did this entirely to myself. And the reason we're having this problem is I didn't have steel on hand. Can I even get you in here so you can get saved? This is a pretty low, like, awful way for a run to end. And I don't have enough wood to really do anything for the campfire and all that. Come on, warm up, man. Okay, so Earth Rush can get warm enough in here to survive. You You are just barely starting to climb out of the freezing to death range. There's no time, it's just everything's so cold, everyone's dying rapidly. And we did lose our construction pawn. Yeah, no, I failed to realize it until it was too late. And I didn't expect it to take so long to warm up. Granted, what I should have done, in hindsight, is I should have done... This is the way you do it in Naked Brutality Earthsheets. You do like a little box like that, so you can build it as fast as possible. I didn't expect them to go that fast. But the problem is I gotta try and survive like this for 3 days. So you're now the cook. You are now the construction and mining person. Don't worry about hunting. Because I kind of really don't want to sit here and micro this. Because this is definitely going to be a very frustrating micro in this run. Move the beds the shelf into the thermal. I mean, we can, but I'm honestly motivated to just say the hell with this run. Because what's going to happen is we're going to have our mood breaks, because there's no way we're keeping these moods up with all these negatives now. And I'm just expecting them to one by one have a mood break and go out and freeze to death. We'll see. Why do you have malnutrition? You literally have 417 food and you are not disallowed from eating it. And you won't get up and... Fine, I will manually make you eat the freaking food. Consume the meal. The meals have nothing they don't like in it. We verified this like 4 times, and we have verified it is on their assigned food as well. Alright, so you're going to a safe temperature. Earth Rush. I need you to pick up you and then go over here. Yeah, it's stuff like that where your people weirdly won't eat and you're just like, do I have to babysit you? Why is it so cold? It is one of the event locations. So this location is in deep freeze. And this is entirely on me. I'm the one who goofed here. And my mistake was I didn't have wood on hand or steel on hand because I was used to having so much steel, and I didn't realize that we didn't have steel here, because otherwise I would have built the geothermal, all of our power would have come online, and we would have been just good. But, you know, I goofed that. We have a researcher, right? Oh, no, it's a dead run. I have to abandon the ship. It's a dead run. No one can fly it. Not unless you're right about to age up, which you're not. Yep, everyone who could do... So, the ship building, or the ship launch, requires intelligence as a skill, and no one here could do it. So, the people who survived are the only people who couldn't fly it. So, literally the way this run would have to go is either, one, I have to abandon it and just run off, which means a full year till we get the grav engine back. You know, I could technically grab the grav engine and haul it off. At that point, I'm just starting a brand new, fresh run, though. But yeah, so this is the Ancient Terraformer. See, the last time I did the Ancient Terraformer, I actually don't even think I needed to depend on the geothermal, even. I think on board I had a whole bunch of unstable power cores. Arconexus? Do we even have the wealth for Arconexus? We're not even close. I don't think I'm allied, and we're also only about the 2/3 the way up the wealth I would need. Is it colder than on that? I believe I believe this map is always considered on ice sheet because it makes it that cold. I believe it is. I don't know that for a fact. Alright, so with this, that means that Marguerite is probably going to die here. Because I've lost control of that pawn. And we've lost control of a second pawn who can help them. And now Marguerite is down, so Earth Rush can try to carry them. In here. And yeah, it's a thing, it can rip up the beds and move it. I'm just sitting here kind of going, we have to abandon all this. And I'm very much going, I don't want to. No, you're going to kill them. If you do that, leave them here. No, you're still at Sirius. You gotta stay here. Yeah, you need to be tended. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm bothering. Because, like, really at this point, the thing that has to happen is I have to abandon the ship. Like, there's no thing. Can you build a chemical generator? It doesn't matter. I have to abandon the ship. We can't stay here long term. There's no food source. And I can't fly the ship. So, well, there's no point in staying here. Well, hell, even inside the Neogermal, it negates it. Yeah, the geothermal is countering it, but only so much. Single wall on and not tiny. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I can make that smaller, but ultimately the problem I have is I have to abandon the ship. And we could do the chem fuel, but I only got 750 chem fuel here, which is a decent amount. But not nearly enough. Like, I'd have to power down everything, and even the heaters here probably wouldn't be able to handle it. It's basically, this is a run that, the way I can continue this run, maybe, is form caravan and start walking. But we could certainly carry enough food to do it, but the question is, can we avoid hypothermia, or would we die of hypothermia trying to abandon the ship? Let's see if we can even do that. I'm considering this run done regardless. So we're gonna go ahead and choose accept, grab the Alpha Thrombos, grab our people, and for the items, we will grab the Zeus Hammer, because that thing's amazing. I can't even grab the money. Right, so what I'm looking for is, where's the machine gun? Because we've got a good unique machine gun laying around here somewhere. There. Go grab the machine gun really fast. I fully don't expect this to work. Yeah, we could try switching their assignments over to the Spacefarer. No, we're wearing grav helmets, we're not wearing the shirt, but let's try that, because that should give them a bit more protection. I believe you are correct. It'll penalize their movement and everything else. You got down to trying to put it on. try again. I can't solve all these things at the same time. Carry the baby. Bring them in here. The baby, we can't do anything to help it. The baby's either going to... Never mind. You've gone berserk. So it's up to you and you alone to try and save this whole colony. Where did that machine gun go? Medical emergency on the baby. There's like no chance I'm getting to that baby to save them in time. I'm gonna try and sneak around the back. Yep, you two have yourself a good fight. I'm gonna try and save the baby. Nicely done. I'm actually surprised you're not dead, considering you're an impid in this temperature. That worked. Actually knocked them out indoors. And Earthrush being a wimp is probably not getting up ever again. It's too cold. Nope, you have to keep the baby in there. And no one can treat the baby. So there's nothing I can do to help the baby. Marguerite cannot treat. And you're downed and you're broken. So baby's dead. You passed out due to extreme exhaustion. There's the baby. Okay. Well, this is not going well. RimWorld the Story Generator is producing a tragedy. Kid tries to save the baby, but can't. Hits hard. I'm waiting for the Revenant to break out while all this is going down. Just to be like the last, no, we're definitely putting a pin in this. Is this the part where everyone dies? Basically, starvation on Earthrush. Please feed Earthrush. I'm trying to just get them to be standing up for 2 seconds. Because if we get them all standing up for 2 seconds, we might be able to run up. Well, they're too young to do any doctoring of any kind. Psychic Soothe Pod? Thanks, man. Yeah, you're not getting up. Alright, so we're just going to assume that you're never getting up ever again. The only way we can continue this run is if we form a caravan, and we are just going south. We don't really care on the destination, it just needs to not be here. So grab our people here. We're going to be grabbing... I'm not going to worry about any of that stuff. Or any of that stuff. We need just the necessities. The Zeus hammer, because it's too amazing to leave behind. Actually, one second. There's something we can do to help this. You. Grab one of these vac suits. Force target to wear vac suit. Earthrush. I forgot they added that. Okay, so you're all in a vac suit. Cool. And you two got the unique weapons. Alright, so world map. We will see if we can keep the run going. This is normally a run that I'd be like, absolutely not, I'm over it. We're moving on. Okay. Uninstall the core of the ship. Congratulations, you can now do the construction. So uninstall the grav core. Yeah, the kid's vac suited as well. Okay. World map. Form caravan. Like I said, we just need to start running towards warmer weather. Like, I'm just gonna park way down here. We're not actually going this far. Okay, so that's just showing me the fastest route to get out of this area. Are you desert or are you tundra? You're desert. But you're cold desert. Let's just aim to get down here. I was hoping to catch a road that would take me someplace not awful. That might be our best bet down there. So it says 13 days, but it's not counting with the thrumbo, which has increased it to 16 days. Okay. So we're gonna get the best we can out of that. Right. So we'll grab more travel supplies in a minute. So the things I care about, the penioxylin. Huh. Wait, did they make it so I thought you could carry a whole lot of weight. Did they make you no longer have pack animal benefits? What is your carry weight? Oh, they carry nothing. So it's just what our people can carry on their own. That's not amazing. That's already our max carry weight there. And we'll only have 7 days of food. So weirdly... Oh, that's terrible. We're not gonna carry the medicine with us at all. That's what we can carry. So we're carrying just food. I want the Zeus hammer. I'm unwilling to leave the Zeus hammer. Put a little bit of that food back. Okay. If we can get... If we can get Earth Rush back on their feet. If we can get Earth Rush back on their feet, they can contribute to carrying stuff. We're in the vac suit, so we shouldn't freeze us. So that was a misplay on mine. I forgot how good the vac suits are. I wasn't prepared for them. So we've misplayed this in a lot of ways. I couldn't have saved Harry realistically, but the others could have lived if I would have jumped on the vac suits. I usually don't do the vac suits on the planet at all. Would like to inquire about how much new content the parcel update has, hours-wise. Pretty pleased and thank you and stuff. So I would guess probably a full stream to a stream and a half is what you could easily get out of that. You could definitely within like a stream kind of get to touch all the new things so far as have like the really basic stuff. You could probably check out enough to be at least a little bit satisfying in like half a stream. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones, you'd probably want at least half a stream, and you could probably push it out to 2 streams, with 1 stream probably being about right. Basically, I was getting to the point that it would have been repetitious at about 1 stream, and that's assuming she's continuing a run. If she's using an existing run, it'd be probably 2 streams. If that answers the question at all. But yeah, that's no problem. I don't mind answering. You're still shivering here, and you're in your armor. Okay, you're back up. That's all I need. Go, well, actually. Yeah, but that is a normal stream, or Ultra forgot to go to bed stream. Me and Ultra both have the, you know, perhaps should have wrapped several hours ago stream. Yeah, so if you're talking like a 9-hour stream somewhere in that area, it'd be based on that metric. So even though you're going to be a terrible melee pawn, I'm unwilling to leave that amazing Zeus hammer. Okay, so you got 3 people, form caravan, and you just go south. Where am I relative to this now? That's probably fine. Except, bring the thrombos. That thrombo's staying behind. That's the one that's just going to go wild again. Oh, right, I haven't actually added the people. It's like, why are we not taking food? Okay, so it didn't actually change our carry weight, which is a little disappointing of what we could do. But yeah, so we are going to... Oh, there is one thing I do have to bring. Bring the grav core. Everything else is forfeit. We're bringing the grav core. And I'll drop this down to a weight I can actually carry. One day of food. Just 1 day of food. If I leave you behind... If I leave you behind, that gives me 2 days of food. But this animal is rideable, so that will let me go faster. Do we have a male and a female here? Oh, you know what I bet it's so I'm betting it's so awful. I'm betting it's so awful because it's considering the fact that Earthrush is badly injured and therefore unable to move at a reasonable speed. Oh no, you're only at 77%. To keep in mind, the whole theme behind this run is that we are running with it. If we leave the grav core behind, it will break it so the mechs stop chasing us. And so, fundamentally for what we're doing, I'm kind of making it a deal breaker that I cannot leave the grav core behind. If we fully get rid of all of the thrombos... Yeah. So we're going to take the breeding pair with us, because that makes it so we get to move almost double the normal speed. Yeah, it's winter on ice sheet. Winter makes caravan slower. Yeah, that'll give us almost the full move, like almost double the movement speed, and it still gives us 2 days. I need you to leave. I need you to grab your things and go. Goodbye, ship. And if we start having hypothermia here, then it's done. Animals unrestrict, I guess. Did someone with enough animal skill? Yes. Apple Lords is the one that can keep the Thrumbos on board with us. Won't be able to keep new ones tame, but I just... 2 days is already pushing it. Once we get out here, we'll start going a lot faster, and we might start getting some food forage, but we'll see. And realistically, the moment a raid hits this, it's done. I'm kind of holding out hope a little bit that maybe I can pick up a person on the way out here and run back and just grab the ship and go. But realistically, a raid's gonna happen, and that'll just be the end of it. Yeah, I'm surprised, because that's 30 kilogram. I'm surprised it didn't let me carry way more food. Because I would have expected to be able to carry 60 kilograms worth of food. I mean, I guess it's not considering the fact that they're carrying... Oh, you know what? All of them were carrying... Well, not the kid, but all of them were carrying medicine that was counting against their weight, I imagine. Major break risk, that's fine. You just keep doing your thing. So we got half a day of food. What we're trying to do is at least get out of the tundra here. And when we hit 0 food and go a little bit farther, but then we might be able to stop and do that. Can they actually have breaks while caravanning? Yes and no. They're not like your normal breaks. They still will have a break. But it is usually just like, you know, that they're not contributing or whatever. It's pretty benign. The only danger is if everyone in a caravan breaks while traveling, the caravan is lost. Alright, get to the new tile. We are out of food. Will this new tile count? So we're gonna camp. Unless I'm wrong. Muffalo. Alright. No time to wait. Run. Run, run, run. I'm sorry, Apple Lords. We're in trouble and I can't have you doing anything. Finish it, finish it, finish it. And then the colony's savior becomes the end. I've got enough bleeds on him. If we could just keep ahead just a little bit longer, we could potentially not lose anyone. I forgot you had a peg leg. Come on, Apple Lords, I need you to fall down, okay? Go to sleep. Oh, Apple Lords is dead. I can't doctor them. Well, yeah, Apple Lords will not be resuming because they knocked out Earth Rush, which is the only other one who could do medical. That's the end of Apple Lords. Because again, child, can't medical. Yep, and Apple Lords was the animals guy. And we need you to run over here, because again, we are out of food. Can't help you. That's the cost of going berserk. So it's a dangerous thing, because there is a chance that these all go after us, and we just have to take it. Please don't all run towards me. You're more likely to manhunter pack if you're like directly nearby. Vac suit slowdown is so terrible. Okay, you got a hit. Is it good? Nope. They're separated out, so they're less likely to manhunter pack each other. Well, there's Apple Lords all out. They can't patch you up and you've got slow healing. Let's have you switch weapons. Alright, so we're going to need to go to production, butcher spot. Okay, so you're back up. It's at least something. So work. You, health, heal yourself. Do we keep the Zeus hammer or the unique machine gun? Because I'm not going to be able to carry both. You have EMP cannon. Yeah, no, it's cumbersome, which really hurts it. I think we keep the Zeus hammer. So with that said, how much longer till you die? Luckily, Earth Rush can apparently deal with that. Okay, finish the job. Then Earth Rush can butcher that to give me a little bit of meat. Alright, and it's time to pack it in and move. And same plan, we are just going south. Travel supplies. Alright, so I need to toss Oh, it's trying to take it from the wrong place. I understand. I was like, what? It's like, where's the everybody? Where's my camp? Form a caravan. Just down here, it doesn't matter where. Except you two, travel supplies. Oh, I see. Because this isn't in a zone. Alright, Thrumbos. I'm sorry, but I can't keep you anymore. The only one who can keep you tamed is now no longer with us. So, small adorable child. Crisis of belief on you. Oh, crisis of belief on you. Alright, well, there's no time for that. Go butcher the Thrumbos. Because the longer we're here, the more we're just going to starve out. I'm not going to be able to carry all this anyways. Okay, and that'll be you no longer cooking. So Alpha Thrumbo Horn is 19.55 melee damage per second with almost 50% armor pen. We're gonna switch to bringing the Alpha Thrumbo Horn with us. If at all possible. As much as I like the Zeus hammer and the movement speed bonus and all that, that's what we're doing. Alright, so with that, it is unfortunately time for us to keep our movement going. Form caravan. Down here somewhere, except the two of you are showing up. You're bringing the Grav Core. So Grav Core says it's 30, but it's taking 60 weight. Gear. Drop the herbal medicine. I can't afford to ditch what's there. Because again, the only reason I'm being stubborn about the Grav Core is that's literally the entire challenge we're doing is based around it. And so that makes it a necessary thing for our entire run to function. Caravan detected, so we need to leave. Alright. The Grav Core itself is still 60? Yeah, that's the thing. It should only be 30. According to what it's saying it's 30 kilograms. Yeah, so we look here. We put just that in. It's 30 kilograms. And when I bring them along, it adds more. So I think you're right about the equipment. Yeah, so the equipment they're carrying is heavy. So I need to drop some equipment. And I don't love that. Is it the vac suits? It probably is. Yeah, the vac suit is 8 kilograms, and the other one is 12. I don't think we can survive without the vac suits, though. The clothing doesn't weigh very much. We could drop the weapons and barely have enough. I hate this. I have the tiniest amount of food we're bringing. Technically, we can do that. Oh no, this is definitely worse than a full restart. And they're both at extreme break risks here. Well, major break risk here. So, yep, that's them officially running out of food. They successfully traveled one tile. No, not specifically. We know the grav core is part of it, if not the requirement. Yeah, no, this is definitely much harder than a straight-up restart. Because now I have no weapons, and we will need to eat. You really hate caravanning? Oh, absolutely. Alright, at this point, I am going to close this world map here. This is going to be long settled before anything there. Alright, so we're going to need to camp again. As far as I know, if you lose the grav core, the hunting will resume once you find another one in a year or two. Yeah, I'm just not willing to sit here and go a year or two to try and make anything happen. Alright, melee attack the snow hare. Finish the job. Anything else we can potentially fight? No. I don't think there's anything we can harvest here either. They've got heal root. There are berry bushes. Oh, it's still on your person. Would starting with the grab core in a new scenario have mechs chase you from the start? Or is it not that simple? So if you start the scenario with the grav ship one, it definitely follows you. This one, we gave ourselves the grav core on like day 7 or something like that. So very, very early in the run, we just gave ourselves the grav core. And it still didn't seem like they were chasing us on a meaningful level until I actually got the grav core tech and had the ship totally built. I don't know if it's the grav core tech that triggered it to make it possible, or if it was the fact that we had the ship built. I do really wish it was more clear what the actual thing was. Hey, Phoebator, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. Things are definitely not incredibly dire right now. We definitely didn't lose literally everything except 2 people who ran away. It's certainly not a big problem. But I hope you had a good time in RimWorld and all, and everything went well. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I mean, the colony's not doing good. I'm doing good. I really need you to stop botching every one of those harvests. Okay, so we're starting to get into spring. This is good news. Oh, thankfully you didn't botch at least one of those harvests. Alright, and with that, I'll let you sleep for a minute. Caravan detected, we got 3 days, that's fine. Learning starved. I can't really help you. How long till you age up? Not soon enough. Well, don't wander. You can nature run, kid. Go nature run. Right now, if you nature run, you can get that learning locked in. You're scheduled to do it all day. Or you can just become dazed. That's a choice. All right. So I need you to just harvest stuff for a little while. As you slowly get better at that. The downside is they're an Impid. Impid has a predisposition to be really bad at growing things. So they're going to stay at what's effectively zero plants until they hit, I can't remember, it's like 3 or 4 levels. And that's just how it's going to be. But you're trying your best, man. It's interesting. They're like, hey man, will you be willing to accept a volcanic winter? Considering I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna sit on that quest, accept it, and walk away. I really need you to get out of your break though, man. Okay, you're fully healed, but you're about to break again. Can I get you to form the caravan and keep running to shelter? No. Because until Marguerite is not having a break, are these two related at all? No. Well, that's the end of that. Marguerite is broken and Earthrush is about to murder them. And I can do nothing to prevent it. Just defend yourself. They're a wimp. You get one good sucker punch in there. Go for the pills. Anything. Literally, they're the worst possible melee fighter. You could, as a small child, you can win this fight. You just have to turn around. Saved by food poisoning. I am going... Oh, Earthrush is going to die anyways. They're a wimp, so they're not going to get up to that food poisoning resolves, and they're going to be starving by that point. And Marguerite is too young to doctor. So... that's going to be an interesting issue. Well, to be fair, all these breaks are happening because we had a catastrophic loss, which was 100% caused by me. And I still can't do anything to help Earthrush. Yeah, because you can't feed them even if you wanted to. Oh, Earthrush is back up? Go get your food. I was not anticipating you being able to get back up. Don't botch it. Your life very well might depend on you not botching this. Honestly, between the tending and the getting more food, I think Marguerite gets just being a lot of untreated bruises. Marguerite can be bruised up and in pain, but starvation is one we can't deal with. And I say that, and we're gonna have an immediate change of plan, because I'm about to be raided here. So you're gonna need to form caravan, choose accept. Both of you go, grab the grav core, there's nothing else for you, and leave. And we're gonna have to manage to walk a tile or two, and once we've walked a tile or two, we can drop this back down and try and keep going. Go. Get off the map. Oh, yes, it's fine. It was just gonna give me standings anyways. Where are they again? They're up here. Okay, they've traveled a couple of tiles. We need to plunk back down because we are starving to death. You're just wandering. You're not recreationing. You're not anythinging. I've got you set to where you can grow stuff to help you prevent starving. But you're literally doing nothing. You're idle. And I don't really understand because you could be learning, which is what you're supposed to be cute. In this case, you can't. Is it plant cut? I'm pretty sure it's plant grow. No, it's plant cut, man. Plant cut and plant grow have always been one of those things that what qualifies as what has always been a mess. You botched it. Don't stop. You are starving. Try again. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's harvesting. The plant's still there. I wouldn't call that plant cut. I would call that plant grow. Because you're growing and harvesting. Plant cut to me would be chopping down a tree or ripping the bush up or cutting the grass. Usually, I don't have to worry about the differentiation between the two. I desperately need you to actually succeed at this. You're starving to death and it's only getting worse. Alright, so take a minute, get your sleep. And just try and harvest as best you can. Well, the real challenge is I'm going to have to get far enough south that I can take off the vac suits. Because the vac suits have lots of penalties to us, but right now they're the only thing keeping us from freezing to death. And because they're both 0 plants, they're just going back and forth, failing to get anything from it. And narrowly surviving. That's fine. The building back up from this one is gonna be horrible. Okay, you're nature running. Finally. I'm gonna let them do that, because even if it doesn't go super high, right now the learning starved at -20 was gonna keep breaking their mood. If they can get that learning deprived up a little bit, that'll help a bunch. And if we're lucky, we can put on another level or 2 of learning. That'll be good as well. Because meanwhile, you can run around and try and at least get a little bit of food going on here. A destitute refugee. Done. Alright, welcome, refugee. What are you going to be able to do for us? For this colony, what can you do? Doesn't matter. You're going to do it all. For right now, all you're going to worry about is just grow and plant cut and haul. And in this particular case, that means you stop doing it. Yeah, no, it was, I landed at the, what was it, the changing, like, the bio-changing, what's the word I'm looking for? It's basically the thing that goes into, like, full cycle and makes it a deep freeze tile. And I was like, okay, you know, we should be fine, I'll just drop down to geothermal, and I arrived and realized I didn't actually have any steel on me anymore. Oh, come on, food poisoning, could you, like, calm down? Does she actually have good enough clothes to not die? Probably not. She's also got psychite addiction, which is also not helpful. But I'm not too fussed about that. If she manages to get us any food, that's fine by me. I need you to not botch literally every single harvest. More important, feed them. They are starving. Don't quote me on it, but apart from chopping down trees, I believe the distinction came from using any skill to level plants, but being able to designate high plant skill pawns to harvest and to get most amount of crops. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that's always been like a not super clear in what, like, you start to learn it, but it's stuff like, you know, the harvesting the bushes and all that is one I don't run into on any meaningful level. So that is what it is. You're ravenously hungry. They're a wimp. They'll go down easy. You can do it, Amelia. If Marguerite can handle taking down Earthrush solo, mano-y-mano, you can do this. I really need you to do this. Amelia, they're literally a wimp. They basically are the worst possible melee pawn there. They're a impid who is a wimp. Nicely done. You have successfully defeated them. Betrayal. Walks off with Earth Rush. Yeah, no, it absolutely can happen. I just need a moment where they're up and there is a non-zero amount of berries sitting over here. Okay, it has gone warm enough that Amelia here is not immediately a problem. Don't bother. You need to get berries. Crisis of belief on Amelia. Is there any more berry bushes to be had? It is appearing to be that might be it for the berries. Alright. Form caravan. Oh, they spawned one ahead of me. Weirdly enough, that would let us start trying to put things back together. Right now, I don't think we worry about that. For right now, I think it is just continuing to try our best to get to warmer climates. So grab the both of you. The grav core piece is required, and we're not even bringing food because there's no time. We got a raid coming, and we've already depleted the berry bushes. Where are you going? Oh, there's a couple of berries you're going to eat real fast before you leave. It's all we can do. This does mean we are abandoning the refugee. As much as I don't want to, it is the unfortunate reality that we can't do anything here. How'd you lose the spaceship? Basically, we went to a tile I couldn't survive on. Is the short of it. Well, I guess you have a grand old time, because... Yeah, and then there was no one who had the intelligence skill who was alive left. And so as a result of it, I had to abandon the ship. Because it was on a tile up here that was negative 100 degrees. Growth moment on Marguerite. Okay, so we can... Well, that's great. Well, we'll go with Body Modder. Because they do have a peg leg. So I can make it so they have a double passion in shooting, or a passion in melee and shooting. So I'm going to do that so they can basically do any type of combat I need them to. But the reason why we don't even have weapons anymore is, let's say, if you rebuild your supplies and a ship, can you go back and reclaim the abandoned one? If I would have left the tile there, yes. Realistically, it would have gone raided long before that happened. And just gotten destroyed. So rather than having it just absolutely killing the performance of the computer by having this tile that's slowly getting more and more and more enemies building up, running around on it, I just opted to abandon it. Where's the berry bushes? So once I find one, I can double-click and find them all. So Marguerite can now doctor. If we do that just a little bit ago, we could have saved the other person from dying. Unfortunately, that just wasn't in the cards. Alright. Was that you dying of hypothermia? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, you're still starving? You must have botched yours. Let's be real, you could survive on that tile? You was the tile without... Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing. I went to the tile without the resources, and then I forgot about the fact that the vac suits would have made the difference. It's been a long time since I do the random research, no starting research, that since I've had vac suits, and so very genuinely, it didn't even cross my mind to chuck them on. I was thinking we got like thrombo clothing and all that, you know, that's about as good as we're gonna get. But yeah, and thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. And that is one of those things when you tend to play like certain styles of runs again and again. You do end up having habits around, like not remembering what you can work with and all that. Okay, so you can Skydream to try and get that learning so it's not minus 20. Okay, you're back up. Go in there. You're gonna lose, but there's nothing you can do to defend yourself better, nor do I care. You're just not letting me abandon the tile because you're a refugee. Well, I'll take care of that. Childlike confidence. Cool. She'll be warm for the rest of her life. Yep. Yes, she will. Her whole body is just frostbite and burns. And she's also starving. You know. Just to go ahead and get that in there. Could you get on with it? The fact you're not letting me speed up time is really kind of doing that. Have you done a run where your people on stream get to vote on propositions? Or like what I'm working on? Yeah, we've definitely had that. There we go. That's what I wanted, is I wanted to get that tile gone. But like what we're working on, we've done that. Or like sometimes it'd be like, alright, are we continuing this run? Okay, are we changing our focus to this? We've done that. I don't do that super often. It tends to be a lot of things to manage, to come up with a bunch of different ideas, to put them on the list, to do the vote and all that. And a lot of times there's just certain times like subjectively better decisions. Or sorry, like objectively better decisions one way or the other. And I'd rather kind of focus around that side. Alright, you're finally fully healed. Caravan detected. That's not surprising. As you can tell, it happens. It's just a thing that happens that once you start camping, you get like, I think it's 1 or 2 days. Then you're detected, and then you get like 3 days. Stream controlling a run is a good way for a run to not be fun. Well, that's the thing. You gotta approach it with deliberate planning and all that. You can make it work, but it is a skill within itself. Because if you're just like, chat's determining what we're doing next, a lot of times you'll get a mix of chat like deliberately doing whatever the trolliest thing is. Even if you do have a lot of people supporting you within the community, it's just broadly people want to cause chaos. Or you'll sit there and you'll have people who don't really think about how something actually plays out or anything like that, and they push that. Because to give you an idea, when I propose being like, hey, let's do a challenge run for something, the vast majority of the time, I'll end up getting a lot of ones that are like, oh, what if you did this, but you're only allowed to use that weapon, or you're only allowed to do this one thing. And that just means all of your content ends up being rotated about just that one thing, which means you've just taken the breadth of content you might normally have in a run and said, what if we had even less? And it's not it's not like a deliberately bad thing or whatever. Alright, that might be the end of Earth, because if Earth doesn't recover from that days before the raid, I mean, you got 2 days, you'll probably be okay. But it can be a thing that literally a lot of ideas that we get, we look into and you're like, oh, this would actually be really boring to watch and play. That happened in Product Zomboid all the time. Anytime I was like, yeah, I'm fishing for a new idea, it was almost always, oh, do an Axis only run. Oh, do a short blunt only run. Oh, do whatever this run. It's like, oh, okay, so like it'll be just like any other Product Zomboid run, except I'll spend even more time crafting weapons because I won't be allowed to use other weapons. And, you know, it's just not fun or interesting. It's tricky. Again, not saying that we don't do stuff, but that's the reason why you don't leave them open-ended. I love Luciferum run. Well, the reality of Luciferum is early game, there's just not sources. Because the artificial difficulty is one way to describe it. Like, buffing the hit points on an enemy in-game, you're just increasing the amount of time spent. Right, and there are definitely challenges you can do that are interesting. But yeah, like to Phobator's kind of example there, when you look at games adding difficulty settings to them, there are games that do it well and there are games that do it very poorly. An example of a very poorly done difficulty setting is where they just take all the enemies and go, they have more life and do more damage. And it's just like a numerical change, and it's, you know, it's just, usually that's where you get like, you know, the Borderlands thing where you're sitting at the end and you're just emptying magazine after magazine after magazine into a guy in a t-shirt, and it does not feel good. It's just very much a slog. But then you have like the difficulty settings where, okay, they go and they take the map and they replace some of the enemies with tougher versions of those enemies. Or they have, like, some of the enemies get movesets that they don't have on the lower difficulties and stuff like that. So they actually do make properly planned out changes that now kind of go in there. And yeah, but it's very much one of those things, a lot of challenges that people come up with when you step back and go, but does this make for more fun or interesting gameplay? And no. There's sometimes, it can definitely be a thing that if the enemies are made weak enough in the normal difficulties, that giving them a bit more health and just a numerical increase can be fine. But a lot of times it does creep into the point where it's just like, oh, this isn't fun, this is a slog. Like, that's people turning up to the zombies in Product Zomboid and setting them to very tough. It's like, okay, it takes me like 5 attacks to kill a zombie instead of like 2 attacks. Does that actually make it more difficult? Not in a lot of ways, but it does make it just slower in a not good way. Okay, so you're not broken anymore. Nothing in RimWorld pisses me off for how long days last. Days sticks around for a while. Days definitely sticks around for a hot minute. I wonder if any of these tiles are interesting. Lake with an island. That's just a bunch of pollution. That's temperate swamp. Well, if we go over there, we're definitely going to be dealing with mushrooms. And these are still not particularly warm tiles. I definitely don't want to go down into the desert, because it is a cold desert. Hold up. Where is the grav core? Because it wasn't giving me the option to bring the grav core with me. Okay, and pause for a moment, repause for a moment. Alright, form caravan. Just gonna start moving down this way again. Grab you two, items, the grav core's coming with, and you're outie. Because I just need to get out of here. We can get caravan ambushed by manhunters. Just walk off the map. Don't wait. You don't have weapons. Walk off the map. Nicely done, team. Now get off the map. Yeah, Fire Breath can be useful. The one big problem with it is it has too much of a charge-up time a lot of fights. Okay, we're out of food again. We are going to take a couple of tiles here. Because the more I can keep pushing south before I stop for the next one, the gradually warmer and warmer it gets. Your least favorite part of RimWorld is probably them going on break while in the middle of fixing said issue. Like days hungry in the middle of cooking a meal. Yeah, or like they're sitting there, it's like, the one that gets me is you'll be sitting there and you'll have like 400 meals. And you haven't like drafted the people or anything like that. It's not one of those things that you just left them drafted too long and they got whatever. But you got like 400 something meals. They're not dealing with, like, you know, food poisoning or anything, and they just don't go and get food until they're at, like, starving, and then they have a break. And it's, again, not like, oh, it's food they don't like, or one of these other things. You're like, okay, I get it. It's just, whatever reason, they just won't. There's grass in this world. Yeah, we're getting there. It's interesting that's Till's telling me that I need to give someone the role. I'm pretty sure I can't assign the role with only 2 people regardless. So it shouldn't be prompting me to do that. It's gonna let me. Pretty sure you have like no social. Alright, so just grab all the berries you can. Gotcha. Turns on 3, it doesn't turn off till 1. Gotcha. Okay. I thought it was both turn on and off based on 3. Now, most likely Marguerite here is not going to get any meaningful learning done. Because we have advanced the point that like stuff like the radio call and television and all that stuff's going to show up. And it's very unlikely we're going to get much done there. It's still very cold outside. And our vac suits are gradually are gradually decaying off of us. That'll be fine. I'm going to have you start prioritizing hauling the berries back to the stockpile, so that when we caravan away, we can get just the tiniest bit of food with us. Because we get warm enough, we could drop the vac suits. They're very heavy. It means I'll be able to carry more food. Well, you're dazed again. Caravan detected, that's fine. This whole pre-made room on this map, living in luxury already. Yeah, the big thing about these maps is you only stay here for like a day or two, and then you kind of got to go again. Part of this is trying to ride out the mood breaks. That if I can keep caravanning towards better pastures, we're also writing down those, like, this person has died, that person has died timers. Because if I try to settle, we are going to be in a break cycle for a while. Marguerite here actually would be pretty okay. It's just the issue is like, we can't do the reading, we can't do the lesson taking. Most of those kind of jobs we can't do right now, so they're just... When they get sky dreaming and nature running, they should be able to do it, but for some reason on these tiles, they don't seem to want to do them, even with a full recreation schedule. On the plus side, your wealth is really low. Yes, yes it is. We went from wealth about 200,000 to wealth of about 6,000. Of which the grav core is over half of it. Yeah, so this last stage up on Marguerite's probably going to be a really bad one, unfortunately. That's enough food and sleep to do any learning? Yeah, and we're just kind of in a cycle of just trying to keep that all going. Are you actually getting to the point? Hey! We finally reached the point where Earthrush has gotten past their predisposition to be bad at plants because of being an impid. That they have managed to get past all that. And you're on a major mood break that's going to happen anytime now because your catharsis that you had stacked is wearing out. And just all those negatives. Okay, so you are starting to haul this all back, so that's at least a little good news. So now I just need to wait for Marguerite to be able to go again. Actually, you keep hauling back. As soon as Marguerite gets over their psychotic wandering, we can caravan again, and this time have a little bit of food to try and trickle away. And we need to get out of here soon because the raid shows up in under 2 days. And it's very likely Earthrush is going to have another mood break. Yeah, get that recreation fixed. Now you'll be able to overcome the negative 20 from that. Alright. World map. Do this. jumped, or, form caravan. And again, we're just pushing south. And this time, we are bringing almost a full day's worth of food. Almost. Not quite. And immediately got food poisoning. Which is gonna undo any benefit from that food. Berserk on Earth Rush. Oh, and that food poisoning means you can't run away. Punch him. You can do it. You won one fight with Earth Rush. Win another. Nice block. They're a wimp. They'll go down easy. Come on. Come on. Yes! Is anyone bleeding? I don't think so. So I wonder... I'm pretty sure we can't... Oh no, we can. Oh, it's on your person again. Who has it? Why is it continuously not showing that? Oh. Because we need to get out of here soon. Alright, come on. Downed by food poisoning. How do you select multiple tiles to mine? You're not sure, you're overlooking the selection somewhere? When you go to do a couple things. So one is if you have a vein of ore, which of course I won't find one from the looks of it. Well, I can't demonstrate the vein of ore. If you have a vein of ore, you'll have like a thing that's got multiple pickaxe images down there, and it'll hit the whole vein. Otherwise, you can go to Orders, Mine, and then drag it. Okay, so you're back up. That's good enough. If you're back up, you can be the one to play hero. Because you need to be off this tile. You got a raid coming soon. So both of you, items, bring the graph core, and get out of here. Why will you not... Here. There you go. But after the colony, we landed a tile that we weren't prepared to survive. There was misplays, like I actually had the vac suits and we could have made it. But ultimately, because of that, all the people who could fly the ship died. And the tile was too cold for us to stay alive on it. And so we effectively have abandoned the ship. We grabbed its core so that the run can continue. But we did have to abandon the ship and leave it behind. Because it was way up here in, like, around this area. But it was on the, like, out-of-control environment reactor or whatever that makes it, like, negative 100 degrees on it. And I misplayed in a bunch of ways. I didn't have wood on me to make campfires in a pinch. I didn't realize I didn't have any steel left on me, so I couldn't build the geothermal on the other side. I completely forgot that vac suits are incredibly good at protecting you from temperature, because normally with my random research, I almost never have the vac suits available these days. And so suddenly finding myself with the vac suits, like I didn't realize I had the vac suits ready to save them until, like, we had already lost a ton of people. Okay, we need to camp again. So right now, we got our vac suits on to keep us alive while it's super cold. And we're just continuously running farther and farther south to, escape the cold. So we could then ditch the vac suits. But I'm having to, like, camp every tile or so. Did you have solar pinhole on someone? No, that was the first group. That was Treacle, had solar pinhole, but she died at the first time things. Yeah, the vac suits are good. The big thing about the vac suits you gotta watch for is they have a 1.25 movement speed penalty. That's genuinely like losing a third of your movement speed. So they're very, very good for a lot of things, but that movement speed penalty can absolutely be a pain. But yeah, no, it's just, I had to remember I had them. Yep, that's the only big penalty, but yeah, and it's just the body. The helmet, which actually has most of the tox protection, the helmet doesn't have a penalty on it. So very genuinely, it's worth just wearing the helmets. And then basically when you're going to go into space or the environment is super awful, then you put on the chest piece. Because normally I keep 2 sets of gear. I'll have like my Spacefarer gear and then my not Spacefarer gear. And then, you know, when I go into space, I'll swap. Yeah, the helmets are not quite as good as like your regular steel helmet, as far as like raw damage protection. But then you get like the tox protection, all that kind of stuff, and it really helps a lot. Okay. Yeah, if we can keep them actually taking the time to swim and all that, that'd be good. That's fine. We're getting some of the food hauled back. They're doing a bit of recreation to help themselves. Summer has begun, but we're still so far north. Even during the summer, it's only 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just a hair above freezing. Where's the ship? Abandoned. We do have the core of the ship on us, so we can rebuild. The Earthrush was not my first choice for the one to stay behind, to stay with us. Impids are not my favorite to have, and then having one that's a greedy wimp who can't intellectual is not a great start. Marguerite here, tough body modder is not the worst. They do have combat skills and social, but their learning is likely to really stagnate. But we're just trying to get to where it's not so cold that we can ditch the vac suits. And then begin rebuilding. It doesn't help that I can barely carry any, like, literally we don't have weapons because I can't physically carry the weapons. Yeah, no, I can live with body modder. It's a little rough early on, but since they've already got a peg leg, we can work with it. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to when we're going to start having the mood penalties from, like, husband died and friend died drop off. Would you stop berserking for every single one of your mood breaks? It has been every single mood break they've had has been berserk. Did you get food poisoning? No. Alright, yeah, and you're almost full speed movement. Yeah, so you're just gonna catch. I don't believe Impid has aggressive. No, Impid doesn't have aggressive. It's one I always mistake as thinking they have aggressive and then find out they don't. And so far, Marguerite's 2 for 2 in winning the fight with Earthrush. And that'd be 3 for 3. Combat for hire. 2 groups of 1 drifter, and you'd give me weapons. Unfortunately, very genuinely, we are unarmed. Earthrush is a wimp, and Marguerite is a child. So we're not working with the best of options here. That's right, you crawl back, Earthrush. If you're gonna keep starting these fights, that's your punishment. You get to do the crawl of shame back to bed. How much do they hate each other at this point? Well, opinion of Marguerite is -8 because they've been slighted twice. And Earthrush has a mixed bags. Doesn't like them because they're disfigured and insulted them. Let's see. Do you usually not give up until a black? Normally when I see a man in black, I just drop the run. I actually was probably going to drop the run when we got down to 3 people and we were going to have to abandon the ship. But it's kind of one of those things, it's like, you know what? Let's just see how this plays out. Which we might be in trouble here, because that daze could last long enough that the raid happens. Yeah, no, once I started caravanning, we committed. Once I didn't just, kind of drop the run at that point, that was when it's like, okay, this is a committed run now. We're going to keep it going. But this might be the end here. We have 1.5 days until, or 1 day and 5 hours until this raid shows up, and days can, never mind. Oh, never mind. That's the fully healed. That days can last longer than that, and you can't caravan with a dazed person, or a broke person. And I can't carry that without Marguerite's help. Chop trees for the prison real fast. Oh, we got lucky and it cleared up. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Form caravan. Keep going here. Accept. Grab the both of you. Items. Grab core. And you get your tiny little bit of berries. Can't you form a caravan by clipping in the campfire and choose resume even within days? I can tell them to do it. They will not caravan till everyone is not broken. It's one of the main things that causes problems with like caravans in the past of like trying to get the caravan to actually go is just the fact that they would keep dazing one after the other. Yes, but it takes a full year or two, and at that point I wouldn't want to just keep the run going for a full year or two of waiting for the quest to come back up. Because yeah, no, if we were strictly aiming just for survival, the answer is not to drag this grab core with me. I feel like go just past this area. Unless they change it, camp tiles should have a special thing. You don't have to properly form a caravan. Clipping on the camp tire and doing it will instantly reform. Nope. We've already done many of these, and they do have to collect all the goods per normal. And, like, walk to the edge of the map. Like, we've been doing these this whole time, where it does take a moment for them to get stuff going. Okay. Yeah, no, an ambush would be pretty bad, depending on what it's at. Because again, I can't really equip weapons yet, and the reason we can't is I have to keep these vac suits to keep us from freezing to death. We're almost in the area where I could get away without wearing the vac suits. We're close. We're getting to like the 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and I don't really know what the breakoff is. But because now we don't have a jacket because I'm wearing a vac suit. Can you show it with the way of reforming on this tile? Because that seems weird. I will when we're ready, like when we're ready to leave. You thought camp tiles work like caravan ambushes that way? No. Caravan ambushes, once you're no longer a threat, you just hit the button and it goes away. This one, they are grabbing their stuff and then running to the edge of the tile and then waiting till everyone's there to leave. And we've done about 5 or 6 of these. Starvation. When they wake up, they can go yoink some more berries again. Okay, 3 days till that drops off. Alright, so you're over anyone dying. But yeah. The learning's in rough space. Yeah, we're not getting another Alpha Thrombo. Yeah, I mean, we're literally laying on the ground outside and everything, so we are getting a lot of stuff. And because our ideology has, like, the ship thing, we're taking that penalty because of that, and that penalty from that as well. That's our ideology working against us at this stage. And one of the issues you run into with caravanning is they won't ever recreation while caravanning. It's one of the many things that makes caravanning kind of a rough mechanic. I believe if you have drugs on you, they will do that maybe. But it is just a problem that like they won't learn, they won't recreation. You don't get bonuses for beauty or comfort. If you have an indoors requirement, you can't deal with that. They'll only sleep and food. Well, social and solitary recreation they'll do. That's often not enough. Gotcha. I haven't particularly noticed, but the point is basically their recreation will collapse. Is it a mod then maybe? You've seen other streamers just walk all over the map picking up berries, not hauling them, and then instantly being able to leave without pickup stuff. You can do that on ambushes and that. I'm not running any type of mods for any of this. Okay. So alright, we are going to bring this person on board. We're going to wait a minute before we do that. A minute is all I get. And the reason I want to do that is hoping to snag some quick berries. You're playing cast, right? Yes. So gears, drop this. You can do that while your caravan is formed. Give them commands while he tries to leave the map. Wait, what are you saying? Just walk all over the map, picking berries, hauling them, and then instantly being able to leave without picking the stuff up. Yeah, no, I can show you here in just a minute. So we're gonna have a toxic fallout here in just a minute. I'm just trying to give them a minute to drag the berries back here. To try and get at least a little bit of food before we ditch. Oh, you're probably going to break here in just a minute. Let's accept this person. Accept. So we've got a refugee here joining. Please get in here. Alright, so we've got Ash. And Ash is kind and greedy. Cool, that'll be great for everyone. They cannot doctor. But they can grow stuff and are actually good at it. We take you two off of that. And so we're going to go ahead and get the name queue open for Ash. But what's going to end up happening here is we've got toxic fallout, so we're not staying. We're forming the caravan immediately and leaving. So you'll see I've got caravan, I've chosen accept. All three of them are bringing. We're bringing the grav core. I don't have any travel supplies, so we're leaving. So you'll notice we've confirmed this, and then they are doing this. But as far as mods, I'm not running any mods to change any behaviors in the game other than semi-random research, where I don't get to control my research, and no starting with research. Otherwise, we are not running any mods whatsoever that change game behavior. But this is when you make a camp, this is what happens. What is going on, and why are you not with the team? Because we're in toxic fallout and I need you to leave before you start getting sick. Now again, this is different from when you have a caravan ambush. When you have a caravan ambush, the moment you remove the threat, you're good. If you're responding to raiding another base, actually I think bases you still have to walk off the edge. But if you're doing like the thing where it's, you know, the psychic suppressor on the edge, then it's also a thing where you'll just be good. Okay, we'll camp again. But the good news is I now have an additional person. And with an additional person, we can actually carry more food. Alright. Where's a berry bush? I'm gonna need you to prioritize that. Alright, and let's see who gets to be Ash. That'll be Burning Sun. Now you can carry stuff. It might be worth carrying a couple of bows. Yeah, if I can get enough food set aside just for a second to be able to do that, you're not wrong. it would be good to get Earthrush to take the time to make some bows. Then go here and do production, crafting spot, bows. Oh, we can make a nerve spec. Ah, it's only bioferrite, that's right. Make bows, grab 3. You'll need to cut down a couple of trees to accommodate that. And back. Yeah, it was really no instant reform widget in the camp tile. Weird. You guess they did change that. Yeah, I have no idea if it changed. I don't believe with the camp I've ever noticed instantly resolve. And that's specifically the camp. A lot of other times, you know, again, like where you're going in, you're destroying the psychic suppressor by the whatever, you go to hit a raider base and it's like, ah, there's no more threat, you can leave. Those ones, yeah, you can just nope out. But the camp specifically, I don't recall any point that I was allowed to straight resolve it. We were gonna leave before that gets done anyways. Can we get bows for just basically a really weird tribe start? Yes. The last time you played, you actually used to use camps for a while to grab slag chunks and just instant reform with those. Interesting. That could have been a mod on your side, though. Alright, so unfortunately, Earthrush has gone catatonic, but yeah, no idea, Nas. It could just be like the way he's dealing with the maps and all that. Like there might be some nuance that if you do it a certain way, you can instantly reform that is not necessarily like the default behavior, but does work or something like that. I honestly can't answer that one way or the other. It also could be like an undocumented mod interaction. The ability thing. Are you sure you don't have a mod? Weed says, like a quest site, caravans can be reformed instantly without having to wait for colonists to gather items. Right, you're saying caravans. Did you check camp? Or did you check the ambush? Because it's very unlikely I have a mod doing that. Because if you look at all my mods there's 2 that affect research, a bunch that affect music, and there's like 1 or 2 UI. Oh, that command's not up to date. I'm not running the pollution spread. It's on the camping site? Do you mean the wiki? Because the wiki you can't trust. It's mostly okay-ish, but it gets information just straight up wrong. Yeah, it's not as bad as Project Zomboid's wiki, which like overtly lies to you a lot. But wikis are only okay-ish sources most of the time. World map, because I can click on this, and for the record, this is how I have been forming the caravan. Is by clicking that button. Yeah, let me go ahead and update that command because that command is out of date. Are you not getting abandoned camps when you're abandoning your camp? No, the camp. And it could be something like, because this is my only group now, I don't have a colony. It could be something with that, maybe. But even before I abandoned the colony, I don't recall... Like, I believe I still had to walk off like as a normal caravan thing. RimWorld, edit the command, because I do not have pollution spread on here. The other ones are alright, but the pollution spread mod we're not running at the moment. Go. That's all updated. But yeah, it's pretty unusual I ever have to worry about mods, because usually... I keep saying it's a dead mode feature. It may be different because it's the only group. It could be. There's mod that be doing this. Likely that's completely ruled out. Yeah. Yeah, either they change something big time, or you are using mods. I'm not running a mod that messes with that, Cindelash. You're aggressively correcting me, and I'm showing the behavior again and again. Hey, McQueeb, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for McQueeb? Playing some Loopbound. I hope you had a good time with that. For those who don't know McQueeb, absolutely fantastic content creator. And I really do appreciate that and all good stuff for the raid. But plays a lot of indie games, a lot of roguelites, all that kind of stuff. So if you like your indies, McQueeb's a great place to be. Let's see. Morals first forms a caravan, and while he's leaving for the edge, gives commands to farm berries, basically abusing the ability to carry multiple items at once. He does this by interrupting and leaving the map drafting pawn. Yep, exactly. So that's what you got there. Synthanix has the answer that McQueeb is using tech to abuse the way the game works. Versus, you know, not default behavior. First thing you hear is RimWorld battle noise, instant panic. Yeah, it's just the thing we got going on here. Are you gonna, like, wake up sometime this week, Burning Sun? Everyone's starving, and you are literally the only person who can deal with it. But yeah, no, that's fine. We're in a really bad way in our run. Nope, nap time. Let's see, the weirdest thing is you actually have stuff here. Are you just... Oh, it's just no one's... We'll never do doctoring. Oh, that'd be a sad way for this to end. Because Marguerite's broken with a mental psychotic wandering, so won't be doing anything for like a day. And then you're catatonic. Yeah, we had like 10 people die. But yeah, all I know is I'm having more and more people being like, no, it's got to be a mod you have. It's behavior that you're not doing right. You've got to have something going on. I was like, man, I run super light on the mods. And like I'm showing the behavior again and again. And I'm like, I don't know what to say. This is working the way I expect it to work. I expect to have to caravan off the side of the tile. Like, the only time I get the instant go is like, again, when I'm hitting in a, basically a combat site. And then you can, like, instant resolve it. And even then, there's nuance there of, is there still a threat present or not, and all that stuff. Yeah. No, it's more like I keep pointing it out, and then it's like, no, it's gotta be something you are. It's like, I'm showing you. And we're running basically no mods. We showed the list of mods, and there's nothing behavioral with those mods. But yeah. Because obviously, you could say it doesn't work that way, but we can look at it and it's working that way. And Alright, thank you again for the raid and hanging out and the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. It's too much of a sub channel. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Yeah, Mortal does settle and not camp. Yeah, to be fair, you don't see a lot of people do lots of camping. Yeah, you can see how it can come across like that. That's my bad for getting lost in your own frantic head. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like I said, more than likely there's more to this. That, there's either mods that are allowing you to resolve the camp instantly, or, I could see it being the nature of, I don't have an actual colony right now, I have just the camp. It could be something caused by that. I don't think so. That would be very counter to my normal experience with RimWorld. But yeah. But that could be there. So we're oh cool. You're back up in time. Go feed Earthrush right now so they don't die of starvation. The worst thing is I find we can get weapons finally, and then Earthrush, who is the one who can craft the weapons, immediately went catatonic. And the worst thing, they went catatonic right as they got over what was causing them to be upset. Yeah, Mortal Smurf's fantastic and all that stuff. Definitely recommend. If you're looking for a lot more of like the sweaty combat and all that, you can definitely find that there. Does like a lot of, 500% naked brutality, no pause, a lot more like, abusing mechanics, using cool tech and all that. And I don't mean that like in a negative way. I mean genuinely when you're playing these like really sweaty settings in RimWorld, you'll have people like, oh, I don't cheese. Like, nah, man, if you're playing the sweaty settings, you cheese. We might disagree on like whether it's cheese or not, breaking the AI pathing to force them to go this way or that way. Or, is it cheese to, get like a heat box and all that stuff. Smurf gives great advice, just doesn't follow itself, which leads to entertainment. Yeah, to be fair, I do a lot of the same thing when it comes to, like, I'll sit there and be like, this is the correct way to approach this problem, but I'm gonna do this other thing. Like, right now, if we're trying to win the run, right now, what we do is you drop the grav engine, and we grab food and we walk away. But the theme we're going around for our challenge of this run depends on the grav engine, and therefore, I'm not leaving it. Alright, so unfortunately, it does look like we grabbed all the food on the tile outside of hunting, and we don't know how long Earthrush is going to stay catatonic. So it might be just time to pack it in and then keep going south. I am wondering if I should cross the desert to go down this way, because it's going over this way, but there's no road that goes over here this way that's good. But we do have a major highway on the desert. And the major highway would allow us to very quickly travel down here. Man, is that still... Oh, that's getting close to... Yeah, I'll aim to get down here for that intersection. Because that's only 5 days if we take that route as opposed to what we have been doing. So grab the grav core. And we're going to grab the berries. And get on out of here. Yeah, the problem with the desert is if we start overheating. You went through the desert on a thrombo. Yeah, we did have alpha thrombos. We had the horn. It was just the problem because it was just the child and the impid trying to carry stuff, and they needed the vac suits to survive the cold of the tundra, that we genuinely just kind of, we just kind of had to like leave stuff behind and basically carry just the grav core. Like, we had unique weapons we had to abandon and everything. It was a very not feels good moment. But the good news is once we get down here, we should be getting pretty close to the point where I could just ditch these vac suits. Yeah, and that was the thing. I took the thrombos as far as we could, and then we killed the thrombos to get ourselves a little bit more food. If we had lost apples, then we could have managed a lot farther. And we're going to stop for just a second here, because that's the last tile we're going to be able to pull up good food. We're going to pull up what we can here real fast. Alright. So Burning Sun's able to actually get us berries now. And I can dedicate, Earthrush to put their I can run fast because I'm an impid to good use, getting those berries back here where we can caravan with them. We are going to sit here real fast and go production, crafting spot, 1, 2, 3. That's not how I do that. 1. And go short bows. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. We can test it. We can test really fast live. We're gonna do a really fast test chat. So let me go ahead. New colony, crash landed. We don't care. We're not dead. We're just doing one real quick test. Because I vaguely remember having to walk off the edge of the map. Like, always need to do that for camps. So I'll choose here, next. Don't care, next. Because if something like Harmony or something was doing like that, that would be a big snafu, and that'd make... It's the exact reason I almost never run any mods, is because of, like, completely just undocumented behavior. I very much doubt that's the case in this situation. So we're gonna go here. Let you land. And we'll go zone. World map. Form caravan, just go over here. Exit all of our people here. And that's fine. Get off the map. Okay. And go a tile or two just till camp becomes available. So camp is available. Alright. And it'll go like this, zone. I'll drop the medicine and that on the ground to simulate that we've been here for a minute. And then we can go here, world map, form caravan, go this way, accept. Travel supplies, give them, send. Interesting. So that did it that way, so let's abandon the town. Camp. By the way, didn't even need zones to form camp tiles. Everything in the camp tile is available for selecting. Oh, you know what it could be? I bet you I know exactly what's happening. This is going to go instantly. And you want to see how you make it so it doesn't work? It's you stay long enough for it to have the threat. Where it's like, raid coming in 2 or 3 days. That when you stay long enough that there is an imminent threat, that it does that. That makes sense. Because I was sitting there, it's like, man, I don't... Yeah, we'll get rid of that one. Make sure it's the right name. Yeah, because normally when you're doing the camp... So, like, I don't go and use the camp to, like, grab random, like, berries or whatever normal. Yeah, that was the thing, is like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is the way it's always worked for me. That's the reason I was so confused, is like... I've never had it not work this way, but usually, like, you know, I'm stuck at a tile here for a minute to grab berries and all that, and within 1 day, you'll have the threat show up. Gotta science a new camp real quick? Yep. But it was worth checking. But that explained the behavior, so it's flagging the fact that you have a raid showing up as an active threat. Which makes sense. That's not unreasonable. Alright. So, at this point, we'll wait till you're done. Try it when no raid is right now. I need the food and all that to survive right now. That's the reason we keep waiting, is I'm trying to scrape up enough food and that to, like, quickly get ourselves, you know, not an immediate risk. Alright, but what we're going to do here is gear, ditch your suit. Gear, ditch your suit. We are at temperatures warm enough they don't need those vac suits anymore, and they are, you know, almost a 30% movement speed penalty. So we just really want to get that sorted. So cut down those trees real fast, so we can hopefully get a set of 3 bows. So that way if we do get ambushed, at least have a chance of fighting back. I didn't even check to see what your combat capabilities are. So you're also shooting. Man, my whole colony is going to be greedy. That's not that bad, but still. You could argue that should account for how long away the raid is, but the caravan system is so crap, the raid 2 days and still have time to get done. Yeah, so with this we'll have that. Okay, there's the next bow, and the last bow. Alright, and that's honestly good enough. Who has the grab core on you? Okay. You'll take greedy over jealous any day, though of course neither would be at best. Yeah, no, jealous is one of those traits that you're like, okay, only one person in my whole colony is allowed to have this. Because if you have two, unless they become a couple, there is no managing them. Alright, so it is time for us to beeline across the desert. Yep, and their apparel's starting to tatter. Let's see, you managed 2 once, making sure their bedrooms were identical. You left the vac suits? I did. Why would you go to sleep right then? You were reasonably rested, and you went into the one tile that had pollution at extreme. You literally could have gone 2 more tiles and rested. Caravan ambushed. Alright, so luckily we did make these weapons, because apparently the moment we stepped in the desert, caravan ambushed. Yeah, I just don't keep track of the time because it's not visible on the UI right here. Nicely done. Is there anything worth us taking on this map? No, there's not even berries. Alright, caravan 1. So we can go here. There we go. I was like, why are you not giving the form caravan option? Every single time, I'm getting mildly panicked about that. Because it's like, you're not listing the grab core. It's probably fine. But I want to make extra sure I actually am bringing the grab core with me. There. Oh, interesting. They're still... Because this should have formed instantly. So now that does raise a question. Because at that point, the threat had been defeated. Once you've downed it, that's good enough. You don't have to wait for them to actually die. Oh, 4 days till enemies arrive? I missed that. That's on me. Alright. So we're crossing this as fast as we can. Yeah, no, you're probably right that that does count. I'm just used to that being one that it's... Oh, it's because usually I don't get ambushed by raiders. I end up getting ambushed by, like, random squirrels and crap. You're like, okay, I'll murder the living crap out of the squirrel with my 5 people with guns. Sure. I'm going to try to get as far across here. Yes, we just ran out of food now. So we got a little bit longer before they actually start starving. Worst case, we could potentially try and stop at that river. And I could pull up a fish or two if absolutely necessary. Ideally, you want to just beeline all the way across here and pick up on the other side, because the desert does not have much food opportunity. We're gonna go sleep right before we get to... Go sleep like right here. Yep. So camp. That was not a whole lot of tick sounds. Okay, so this will be a bit of a mess. What are the biggest things we have on the map? It's all terrible. Okay, get everyone up here right now. Murder the crap out of this thing. Okay. Production, butcher spot, do this. Okay. Try real quick map when you're off the desert. Pick one berry, then try and leave. No caravan to detect, see if they still does it. I'm also trying to like keep things moving as well. Here, eating the fruit. But yeah, we can try that in a minute. Yeah, so let them rest for just a minute to catch that up. Meanwhile... Oh, okay. For a moment I was like, where's the grav core? I need you to have the grav core. Extreme break risk. Because learning starved, brutal outdoors, food critically low. That's gonna have to do because there's like no food here. Alright, so you do a really fast test. Well, this one we don't have the, oh no, they're coming in 2 days. So yeah, this would count. We don't have the threat there. So yeah, I don't know why. Murderous rage on Earth Rush that you are coming after Marguerite. Fall down, Earthrush. Fall down, Earthrush. There you go. Form caravan, get down here, accept. Oh, they're still trying to caravan out of here. Cancel caravan. Okay. I was like, why can I not choose any of the people who are standing up? Grab all of you, and grab those, and get out here. Yeah, so weirdly, we don't have the threat here showing, and yet it is still making us walk off the edge of the map. I don't know. I don't know if there's some extra thing with the grav core. I don't know at all what could be contributing to that. It is weird. And also, why am I looking at... Okay. It could be the mech's tied to it or something. It's one of those things that's weird where it's like, okay, but this really should be something. Are you on the run and only grabbing the grab cord, leaving the panels behind? We left the whole ship behind. Because we had no one who could fly the ship, and we were on a tile we couldn't survive on. Because there was no food or anything. And so we've been just trying to get to where we can survive. To start trying to work on rebuilding. Okay. Hey, getting a tiny bit of education in. This poor kid on this state of the education is gonna be just awful. Marguerite is gonna be strictly a combat pawn at the rate this is going. One colonist is idle. Solar flare, don't care. Wake up and get to pulling up berries. Yeah, no, we actually had a pretty good away along ship that we had already done like 3 or so of the things. I actually wonder with the quest. Yes, it actually yes, it actually finished 4 of these. Or had gone to 4 of those. We finished 3 of them, I believe. And unfortunately, like I said, I just misprepared and went to a place and, you know, we just weren't ready for minus 100 degrees and couldn't fly the ship out. Everyone started dying of hypothermia, and just Earthrush and Marguerite are the only ones the original crew... Well, actually, not even the original crew. The original crew is fully dead. We have none of the pawns we started with in the run. Okay, go get your bow back in case you have an emergency. Hey, Trico, how's it going? Yeah, this is still technically the same run. It has had, it's had a rough ride. We're almost far enough south that we shouldn't have to worry about, like, the winter rolling back through and causing us grief. But it's gonna be a lot of rebuilding. But for those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Fine. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Also plays like RimWorld and Hotel Architect and a bunch of the other games we've played here on the channel. So definitely someone I recommend checking out. Low-key, I'm partially waiting for Marguerite to get older. I don't want to make Earthrush the moral guide with no passion for social and 1 social. At the same time, really, I probably should, and then just tank the mood hit when we take it back from them. Berserk, Burning Sun. Can we have not Berserk? Because you're in great shape. Oh, I mean, you got food poisoning right now. What's your combat skill? You actually got decent melee on you. I'm so sorry. Wait. This might resolve itself. Okay. You got a little nix on you. And you got food poisoning. There's a good chance if you get minor blood loss, you will go down. And we'll be able to... There you go. You're good. Alright, so Earthrush, Rescue, you... prioritize hauling that. And then this. Did you just beat up a guinea pig? Yes. You went up to a guinea pig and you beat the living crap out of it. Let's try and get you patched up before we have to worry about infection too much. And then we need to feed you because you're starving. You beat up a guinea pig, it bit you up a good amount, and then you went and punched an ibex in the face, and it hit you back. And then you took a nap. Yeah, to be fair, they were fighting a guinea pig while at 50% consciousness and 40% pain because of food poisoning. But on the plus side, that did get rid of your berserk. Alright, so I think that's good enough. Form caravan, get down here, accept all of this, the grav core, and the berries. And like I said, this spot should be perfect. We've got year-round grow season, we've got roads, we've got all that. So we should be able to run down here and get set up. One thing we're going to run into problems with is getting the gravlate panels. We've got the core, but I don't have what I need to build. Oh man. Every time I go to move, caravan ambushed. It's like every time I go to move. That's actually not a terrible pawn, but we're not in the market right now. I need a prison to be able to gain a pawn, and we're not doing that in a random attack thing. Should have had Burning Sun in the front since you're the only one who can take a hit. Okay, well, you won the fight. So we'll allow all that. It stresses me out every single time I don't see the things I want there. Gear, you're fine. Drop all this stuff. And go zone. Yeah, so even on the battle ones, it's making me walk off. It's got to be something about the being chased kind of thing that does it. All right. So if we drag that core around, will we keep getting attacked? Well, we're not being attacked because of the core right now. That's just regular events. I believe we will be chased by the mechs as long as we have the core. But it's a thing we haven't been able to test because in the game it doesn't document what you need going on to be eligible for the mechs to chase you. Because we have established, even if you have the scenario active, if you don't have the core, they don't chase you at all. Like, ever. Settle. Okay. So that's kind of one of the things. Because the game internally doesn't document being like, oh, you're safe, or oh, you're not safe. It's just guesswork unless we do a lot of testing. Which certainly would be good to do that testing at some point. But, you know. Alright, so this is our new home. So we're going to start by taking the grav core. And it's going to go right here. Because that's where we're going to be basing our... Actually, is there geothermals nearby we care about? There's that one there. There's one up here that's pretty usable. These ones are pretty close to the edge. Yeah, so the one up here is probably the most usable one. way up there. I think I'd rather still just be near the water. Here, let's go ahead. We'll plan to be by the geothermal. Not like right on top of it, but if we go that way. So that's where we're going to base up there. We've got water down here. It'll probably be best to be up here anyways. We'll tell them to harvest all the berries, even though we're not going to grab them all. Okay, so we have got a lot of work ahead of us. So we're going to start here. Low priority. Allow all that is not a human-like corpse or rotten. And then we need to start putting down a bunch of food. We don't have any food handy. So I'm going to go right here. Yeah, let's go right over here. And say, you're a big old field. Actually, I don't need a big field. I got 3 people. You are a probably larger than I need field of rice. We could start with that. What is our actual priorities and everything? So there's your recreation. And then go to the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, now we're going to start making it so you actually get yourself taken care of. So, looking at our roster. Burning Sun can be our growing person. Right now, Earthrush Stony is going to have to be our cook, construction, mining, and crafting person. You don't want that being spread that far in there. Marguerite doesn't have a whole lot they can contribute right now. I'm going to put them on construction and mining to just let them work at it, but it's probably not going to be great. Just do what you can, I guess. We're going to start with having them cut that down, and we're going to start getting ourselves a place to go. Oh, this looks like the bat symbol? I can see that. I'll tell them to mine some steel. We don't have any steel anymore. And we can wait on the components and all that until I have some place to put them where they won't just rot. Okay. Where did you go? Oh, you're swimming. Alright, so we're trying to get stuff built as fast as we can. And we'll definitely need to get some bedrooms because we got greedy people, so if we don't get bedrooms... so how goes this? It's been real touch and go today. It's been real touch and go today. This is the same run we had the big ship. So, you know. Well, yeah, I am deliberately placing this right away, and that's because I want to make sure we don't know the exact conditions which make you eligible to be chased by the mechs. And in case it's actually having the grav core place or whatever, I want to make sure we're eligible to be chased by the mechs. Thematically, that's just what we're doing in this run. Obviously, strategically, I don't want the mechs to show up any sooner than absolutely necessary. Do we have any animals here that would potentially... If we can get some alpaca, that'd be good. Now, that's the whole reason we went through the pain of dragging the grav engine with us. The idea behind this run was it's a naked brutality run at the start of it that we're being chased by the mechs. With the eventual goal of being to take down the mechs. Is the tile with the ship destroyed? Yeah, so I did abandon it. Realistically, to give you an idea, we're down here now. The tile with the ship was around here somewhere. But it was the climate adjuster thing that's failing, where it's minus 500 or minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so realistically what was going to happen is it's just going to get raided, and then all the people are just going to destroy the ship, because no one was there to protect it or anything. So rather than just sitting there having it eat up our CPU cycles and all that, from animals and stuff walking on and off the tile and a whole lot of nothing else going on, we went ahead and got rid of it. Because realistically, what would happen is eventually be like, the mechs are chasing you, and they would land on that tile and just demolish everything. Like, literally probably break it down to literally nothing left. So, there was no leaving the ship behind and coming back for it realistically. Because I would need at least enough people we could survive the trek and be able to put up a fight for all the spawns that happen on that tile while we're gone. So we need to get recreation up. We need to get a lot of stuff up. Most likely we will be facing some mood breaks while we are trying to get these going, because our expectations are higher than they should be at this point in the run. It's kind of like when you do an Arco Nexus and you show up on the new tile, and you're like, I have to build really fast because you got to get the recreation in order and all that really quickly. And then you have the same situation as it is now. Then we have the same situation as it is now. I mean, we're basically rebuilding. I have the Grav Core. Now, the big thing that's different and why this is not a restart is we do still have all of our research. And then what skills we've got are, you know, Earthrush here has higher skills than you'd reasonably start with. Even Marguerite here is not super terrible. It's a more reasonable start one. And then Burning Sun's effectively where a pawn would start at. Yeah, so Earthrush is trying to recover from their injuries. I probably need to unfortunately tell you to not keep resting, Earthrush. I do need you to keep going. What are you doing right now? Sky dreaming. So you are hopefully going to get your entertainment up soon, or your learning up soon. I need you to get some more berries for the interim here. How'd you get grab panels? I don't have any right now. So the ways you can get grab panels is caravans will actually sell them to you. They're not in big amounts. We can choose as the as grav ship part places come up. We can choose to go to those to get grab panels. A lot of times when you go to underground bases and that, you can get like 45 or so grab panels. It is going to be rough at the beginning, where we're going to get like this tiny, tiny, tiny little ship that has just enough to shove like a couple of engines, like a piloting station and that on there. Which is going to be a challenge, because obviously if I make my group too big, that'll be an issue where we pile everyone on the ship, we jump and have to like rebuild the base where we land, which is very likely going to happen. In the short term, the intention is to like keep working the way we're working right now, get ourselves some food up and running, and I want to get some alpaca, or maybe muffalo, and we'll use those as caravanning animals, that when we are warned that the mechs are coming, we grab the furniture, we load it up onto the caravanning animals, and we just walk off the tile to just go to the next place. Because what we'd probably do is want to identify near us what's the next place likely to give me anything. There are ruins here, so that could give me grab panels there. An abandoned colony could give me grab panels. That can't. An abandoned colony. Yeah, so I actually have a couple of places nearby within a caravanning day or two that could give me the grab panels. So major break risk on both of you, because serious pain, because you got beaten the crap out of, and you're greedy for an impressive bedroom and not to be trapped outdoors and all that. You're not starving yet, which is a little surprising. I'm just going to Burning Sun continue to get that done. So we're going to need to start building. Okay. But yeah, so likelihood we get any good development out of oh man. Any good development out of Marguerite is pretty slim. If we do manage to get any decent development out of them, it is going to be just getting really lucky. It's so annoying, the fact that we're gonna get the bench there really quick, or the get that there really fast, because at least that'll help get Marguerite some learning, which will get rid of that -10 to -20 we're just living with. Okay. Earthrush getting a daze, I can live with that. It's not my favorite, but at least that beats them going berserk yet again. Yeah, I did give you permission to start doing construction. That's fine by me. Is the vac suits home to avoid tox buildup? We had vac suits because we were getting ready to do space stuff. And so that's the helmets we had. But now we no longer have our ship, and so we're wearing our helmets because it's that or nothing. So Burning Sun will finish that and go harvest berries all over the place. It's just what we've got left. Because the way we survived is we put on our vac suits and marched out of the tundra the whole way down. So that's kind of what options we had available. So first, let's get this to be an interior space, get all these rocks and all that out of here. And then we're going to start slowly being like bedroom, break room, starting to build up our base like it's a new colony. We are going to be struggling to keep from mood breaks because we have an ideology that's got lots of needs that we cannot fulfill. So we are going to just have to tank those mood hits for a while. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. And how was your stream? What were you playing? All that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. Definitely this is a brand new run and not a run that's been around for like a week. Road to Vodestock. That's the, was that the one that's the, Escape from Tarkov-esque game? But like single player, or am I thinking the wrong one? I know I've heard the name before. I think I'm mixing up the games. We're playing an indie Tarkov solo type. Yeah, no, I haven't played it, but I've heard really good things about it. And it's been one I've debated checking out. But again, for those who don't know, Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of similar games to what we play, including games like RimWorld and all that stuff. So very much, if you enjoy the content here, you're probably going to like it over there. We are definitely not in a run that has been around for a very long time. You know, very long time, 8 years, and did not suffer a horrible tragedy very recently. It's definitely none of those things. It's definitely just a brand new, fresh start that is, you know, ignore the time in the corner. If you're not reading between the lines there, we had a colony that was doing exceptionally well, had a really big, impressive grav ship, and This is our new colony. The grav ship had to be abandoned. And also, fresh starts are never because you have to. It's because you want to. That was a dramatic wealth drop. Yeah. So, there may have been something that happened. There may have been something that happened where we went from 200-something thousand to about 5. And we lost all our alpha thrombo and everything. Basically, I really goofed on my preparation and went to a title that was minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which we were horribly unprepared for, and tried our best to make it work. Did a misplay or two in forgetting how amazing vac suits were and that I had them, which is solidly on me because I do random technology or random research and all that, so I'm not used to having the vac suits ready. And yeah, there were many casualties. As you went through the workshop of the Build and Expanded mods yesterday, and you have about 50 new mods. We actually had a whole conversation about, mods and all the side effects and whatnot. But that's still, I'm glad people enjoy their mods. I tend to mod exceptionally, very, very lightly. Most of my mods are making it so the music keeps playing and doesn't stop constantly. And then UI mods, and that's basically it. Other than the semi-random research, which means I don't have control of my research, and then the no starting research, which means you start with no research at all. Look, man, there's 3 people here. I need you to not social fight each other. There's come on, man. There's nobody here, and yet you still can't help but beat each other up. So essentially it was content. Yeah. I mean, it was very much okay, let's just, forget it. I don't want to continue the run or whatever. But then it was kind of well, this is what I would do at this point. Because again, we're doing a thematic run that we did start Naked Brutality. And we have the thing turned on where the mechs chase you. And so we got the ship going, and it was effectively at that point just a normal Odyssey run. We just had start from Naked Brutality. And everything went bad, and now it's weirdly back to where we started. And poor Marguerite has not... The earlier childhood was okay. But this last growth phase has not been great for education purposes. Everything loops back to being naked. I mean, the clothes are slowly deteriorating. But to give you an idea, because I wanted to make sure we kept the theme of the run going, we did drag the grav core, even though I had to leave my weapons behind, because with the 2 of them trying to carry it, a child and an infant, I couldn't keep my vac suits on, carry the grav core, and carry literally anything else. Not a single unit of food or whatever. So we had to just leave with the grav core and the vac suit so it could survive the cold, and keep, going a little while, camping, eating some food, getting back in, going a little while, camping, meanwhile breaking down again and again and again because no recreation or learning was happening, and we did just basically lose an entire colony's worth of people, and slowly dragged herself down, until we got warm enough they could ditch the vac suits and actually carry some food. Let's see, running from the frozen ruins of your home to the frozen corpses of your friends and family, while constantly on the verge of starvation and despair, is not great for education. Yes. It is not an environment conducive to a healthy education. Or an unhealthy education. Or any kind of education. Earthrush thinks you should give the settlement a name. What would the local settlement like to be called? Desperation play. Because there's going to be a temporary colony once we get attacked by the, or we have the mechs show up, we have to leave. And we're just going to grab everything we can go. We're hoping to get some, I'm hoping to get Muffalo or Alpaca. So we can... Lost Hope. That's actually, Lost Hope is a good name. But the School of Hard Knocks isn't working out for Marguerite. Yeah, the School of Hard Knocks, not a well-rated school, actually. Not accredited or anything. It really is kind of surprising. To be fair, Marguerite is tough. Granted, they were tough before everything went to hell, but you know, details. Yeah, there are donkeys on the tile. So I'm being greedy because if we get alpaca or we get muffalo, it means I get wool. And that means I get a moving source of fabric. Which I shouldn't be greedy right now. I should take what I can get. But I'm holding out hope. But I know if I tame the donkeys, that hope will fade. Because certainly there's no way that they would give me that if we already have something. That's not at all how any of this works, by the way. Alright, so you can probably be put onto growing something else. So put you there. And now you're going to be set to heal root. And we'll keep this stuff going. Because the rice is very laborious. It grows fast, which is what I need right now. Alright, bills, add cook meal, do until you have... We're back down to 10 of those. And then if you have an opportunity to make packaged survival meals, make as many as you'd like. Side tea, make as much as you'd like. And I think that's good for right now. I'll do psychoid. And die. And I very much don't expect to get these done because I imagine we're going to have problems. But Devil Strand. Okay, you can't do Devil Strand. That's fine. I'm mostly also doing that because then Burning Sun will cut down a whole lot of trees. And that'll allow me to keep things moving. So Marguerite is actually getting some learning done. It's a little on the late side, but we're going to do our best. That might get us enough wood to complete the walls even. Yeah, I know exactly. And then once we get most of this planted, if necessary, we'll get more going. Oh, zone. This is the home zone now. You know, the catharsis drops off. Yeah, and we're also shipborne and everything, so this is not a good time for our people. This living situation is not really aligned with the shipborne mentality. I also want to go here and go to production. Stonecutter's bench. So we're just making ourselves a scuff little like production room here. Because ideally, I would like to get ourselves switched over to stone as early as possible. With Earth Rush is one of our crafters. So we did actually have a crafter / cook survive from the other colony. These are the only two who survived from the colony earlier. Is the child and the impid, who fortunately does have a wide range of things they can do. Alright, so you would let me have Mushinto join, who is a steadfast slowpoke bloodlust. That's not... Who has a bad back... Alright, so we're not taking that person. We get a masterwork, bow. We get a tiny little bit of standings with them. Honestly, kind of just don't want to deal with it. A masterwork reeve curve bow would be fine. That's actually not a bad reward. For 6 days is not long. Fine. Then we'll go on to your schedule. And you just recreation forever. Okay, add butcher creature, do forever. Alright, so with that coming up, I don't want them to replant rice. I'll switch that to... if the mechs are still active, I will not have time to do corn. We'll do strawberries. Yeah, because they'll pull that up. We'll get most of that all done. We'll switch over to strawberries. Corn would be nice, but we don't know if the mechs are going to still chase. Because for those, we have the scenario enabled for the mechs to chase. And I know we need the grab core or they won't, or grab engine or they won't chase. I don't know if there's extra conditions. But that's part of the reason we dragged the core with us, is just to make sure we had to deal with it. Or did as much as we could to ensure it was the thing we had to deal with. Alright, let's take you... I can do low priority on all of those, so that you'll haul and clean mostly. Born to fly, forced to eat without table. Yup. How goes the learning? So you're genuinely starting to build up the learning. The good news is that that'll help you get some chance of getting traits. Realistically, we're already in our last year before they age up to an adult. If I can at least get a couple levels in, like maybe... Like ideally I'd like to get to at least level 4. I don't think that's realistic anymore. I think a solid level 3 is what we'd be most optimistically hoping for at this stage. Oh, Volcanic Winter. I don't need any of those things right now. You ate without a table today? Why would you do this to yourself? Cookie. Twitch has a rule about no self-harm. So I'm going to need you to reflect on that when you eat without table. Okay, we now have an interior space for people to sleep in. Well, now we don't because I destroyed the wall. There, it's now an interior space to sleep in. So hopefully Earthrush will start cutting some bricks so we don't have to make everything out of wood. You're mining. You're actually not good at mining. So let's have Marguerite work on that. Do we have dangerous animals I gotta be worrying about here? We got a timber wolf way over there. We have a cougar. Okay, that's pretty far away still. You eat without table every day since you eat at your desk? This is not okay, Faye. Is this some kind of cry for help? And as soon as Marguerite gets to be an adult, we're going to make them our moral guide. Just build you a table? Yeah, to be fair, I usually eat at my desk as well. All right. We're getting plenty of rice to cook. Just need a miniature table to eat at. Be fair, your computer desk is a kitchen table. Alright, so what kind of blocks do we have on this map, by the way? We have marble, sandstone, and limestone. I see. And it's mostly marble chunks and sandstone chunks around. It's not a whole lot of limestone. So we're just going to slowly get all this starting to build up. Since they're cutting marble first, I am choosing to make the shelves. We'll use the marble for the furniture. It'll have a higher beauty or whatever. Versus the sandstone and all that would probably make better sense to just chuck up the walls. Sandstone sucks for walls. Honestly, all these blocks are basically some of the worst choices for walls. It's fine, though. Oh, did we get the ability to reform our ideology? I think we did, didn't we? We did. Okay, so we are at the point with our ideology, I think... So we were going to drop guilty before, because we were getting to the point that this was being more of a annoyance than a benefit. And honestly, that's not why I choose myself as like to meta anything. I do think I want to drop a meme though, because I think I have to drop one, then I can add another one on the next reform. Now, we do have the aspiration of going to space, even though this one's hurting us a lot right now. This one gives us pain idealized, which is really good. But at the same time, the requiring charity is a bit on the rough side for us. I think we are going to ultimately get rid of that. Looks like we might be able to change it. We could go and switch it to human primacy, which would let us get a production specialist. But I think I have to do that as a separate thing. Alright, so we've dropped that. We no longer have charity required, nor do we have pain idealized. So we gave up something that's good and something that's bad. Okay. Wild boar. All right. Nicely done, team. The pirate company is attacking. One dude with knife, who is just a nudist. They are going to prepare. Which this actually might take care of itself, depending on... no, it looks like Danny is going too far to the right, unfortunately. Alright, so let's go up this way. And get to work. It's honestly weird being in one of these runs that we were so far on. We had a unique weapons, we had like a really, really good Persona Zeus hammer, and then being back onto like short bows because I had to abandon the weapons because of carry weight. Alright. I don't care about your clothes. Let's go in here and say sandstone, do until you have 200. Limestone, do until you have 200. And then marble, do until you have 200. That way they'll prioritize the sandstone so we can start building our walls out of it. We'll use the sandstone for our walls, limestone for our floors, and marble for our furniture. I also forgot, we had quite a bit of anomaly stuff done. I don't know if the anomaly will back off the severity of what we run into, so we might straight up have devourers and all that show up at this stage, which is pretty concerning for a number of reasons. Okay, the cougar is injured, not enough to matter. The Timberwolf is nice and far away. How's your learning? Okay, so you've already gone through almost a quarter of your first of the year. So we're definitely gonna be able to probably hit growth 1, maybe 2. Even 3 might be pushing it, unfortunately. But we'll see where we get. Major break risk on you because you're greedy for an impressive room. That's not unexpected. Cool, we've actually reached the point that we'll be able to make a geothermal again. I will have to mine up all the materials to do it, but that'll be good to be able to start setting up production and all that. I'll tell them to deconstruct all the markers on the road, because I get a little bit of steel out of that. Unfortunately, you are absolute crap at mining, but it's what you can do here for right now, so that's fine. Yeah, so that should give us a handful of shelves to put stuff on. And I really need to go... Oh, that was a mistake, wasn't it? It's fine. It'll only take a second, we'll get some steel out of it, and I really do need the steel. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You're just pulling up a bunch of these markers. They're all giving me little bits of steel. That should give me enough steel to do some construction, maybe get the geothermal online once we grab some components from some compact machinery and all that. Yeah, so it looks like those last few, we can go ahead and cancel these. Okay. So you'll get back to cutting brick and all that. So we can start building out our bedrooms. Well, the break room and bedrooms and all that. Let's go to structure, sandstone. Okay, and this will end up being our room down here. We'll go to furniture. We can grab table as soon as I can find it. There you are. I'll have to wait till I have more marble. Alright. We'll get ourselves a break room down here. Start getting some bedrooms built around here somewhere. Alright, we're being attacked immediately again. Undergrounder, who's got lots of things they can't do. They do have quite a few passions, including mining. Honestly... And thank you, Yog Magneto, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. So honestly, if this person doesn't die, and I can somehow slap together a real fast prison, which is a big ol' maybe, I would not be opposed to keeping them here. Because a dirt mole would give us mining. They also have a lot of traits worth considering borrowing using the xenobiology stuff. Like they have, I think, was it fast healing? Yeah, they got fast wound healing and all that, strong melee. UV sensitivity is a good negative to use. I probably should not have let you get into melee range. Because you do have strong melee. Please hit them. Nope. No luck. It wasn't worth taking a risk of dying over. Let's see, there's that area on the other side of the road. Some of the walls look decent. Yeah, there's nowhere, like I could patch you and that actually, or the holes there and there would actually be okay. It doesn't matter. They didn't survive. And then meanwhile, I will need a place... Oh, just where to fight from? On the other side of the road. Yeah. I was mostly going to be counting on the water to slow him down. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna say low, clear all, do not allow rotten, human-like corpses. So we chuck it around the corner where we won't see it too much. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that where we could fight. In that case, just being out in the open with one-on-one, that's fine. It'll be more of a concern when we start getting groups that have range and all that. Will have to be a bit more consideration. I'm gonna guess we'll put a low priority on fishing over here. Alright, I know Marguerite's not gonna end up getting a passion. We're not gonna get them learned enough. So that's kind of a bummer. Because it does mean they're gonna be someone who has like no passions outside of combat, which is fine. Major break risk on orange because you got beaten the crap out of. And you're really hungry, which is I guess a choice because there is food, you can eat it. That is actually allowed. Okay, so got Muffalo. I can't tame the Buffalo. That's right. I forgot they're so high up there. So, fishing actually gives you a pretty good amount of animal skill. That could honestly be something that you work on when you're not mining, which will probably be almost never. Okay, so that cougar's gonna have to go. Because you're gonna want to nature run on the edge of the map like you just did there. And that's just begging that cougar to have a Marguerite snack. So we got the steel queued up there. What I'm looking for is a little bit of components. I know I saw a bunch, I just don't want to travel across the entire world for it. Yeah, so we got 2 sets of components there that we can mine those. Counterpoint, if not friend, why friend shaped? That is a very valid counterpoint. Yeah, because we get that, I can put a geothermal up here and wire it over and start putting lights and that kind of stuff in here. That's interesting. It's supposed to be a year-round grow season here, yet we are below freezing at this point. And you're sky dreaming. Yeah, at least you'll get a growth tier or 2. Because getting only 1 option means you just get stuck with whatever. Every additional option spot we get gives us better odds of being able to do something good with it. I think at this stage with what they've got, Jogger would be a really, really good choice. Without having any passions, you know, sure, something like fast learning would help. We once had harsh snow and permanent summer tile at like 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it could be a weird, like, weird stuff happens. And that's, like, not even with mods and all that. Okay. And then once we can close this room, I'm going to switch it to be just any block again. And I'll just grab marble. If it's marble, we build furniture in here. If it's limestone, we start flooring. If it's other stuff, we do all that. Alright, so it's a masterwork recurve bow. So we consider our people's capabilities. So you're our best shot right now, so go grab that. Never mind, you had a mood break, so you miss out. That's better than yours, Burning Sun, so you grab that. That's the way it breaks. You could have the nice gun, but you had a mood break, so you pass. You've demonstrated you're not a reliable member of the colony. So we are going to make sure that goes to someone who's going to be more consistent. I'll eventually want to enclose this all in. Right now we're just getting our initial setup. Oh, I guess I could put you as having a 4 on fishing as well. And one of the challenges we're dealing with is because they're an impid, they have a permanent minus 6 to mood, I believe it is. Minus 5, whatever. Right, so you want me to go to an orbital platform to go ahead and deal with this person. I'm gonna be honest, my orbital capabilities are a little limited at the moment. My space stuff is not really spacing at the moment. Okay, you're almost halfway to your, like, through the last year of your age up. We're definitely going to get the growth tier 1. I think growth tier 2 is solidly in the possibility. I think growth tier 3 might already be too little too late. We'll see. We're going to go for it, but it is a thing that is not looking encouraging. Okay, and you're over your mood break. And you're greedy for a nicer room. You have ratty apparel and all sorts of stuff. We do have complex clothing and all that. I just don't have any material to make it from, so I haven't bothered getting the research or the production bench up. We'll get there. Right now, I'm trying to get the rec room going. Because we can get the rec room / dining room up and running and get it nice enough, that'll at least be a mood bonus. And then we can start working on the bedrooms next. It's now an enclosed room. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to get that online. I tell them to pause on actually building that for the moment. And queue it up for them to get that done. And once they start getting this all built up, we could run a power cord in here, have it run lights, whatever else we need. That's all just another project after another project. Basically, just keep grabbing, keep building, keep expanding. Most likely we'll get an opportunity for another colonist in the immediate future. We did take a major loss and lost numbers, and generally RimWorld does put its finger on the scales pretty hard when you're at a low colonist number to try and get you new colonists, just the same way it puts its finger on the scales pretty hard when you have a lot of colonists to make sure you don't get more colonists. Alright, so furniture. Let's go for the marble table here. It is overkill for what we need, and I'm going to build it anyways. And then we can go here to the chalkboards. I'll probably be way too late to do anything with that. Disease flu on Marguerite and Burning Sun. That is really not good. It's really bad. Because I'm pretty sure we don't really have any actual medicine. Okay, work. Plant cut 4 on you. Prioritize yoinking that up. So the next 10 will hopefully be able to hit that with something better. Where are we at? Because I do need to try and have any amount of medicine, because Earthrush is not a good doctor. And I can't get better medicine unless we get lucky a trade caravan comes by. So we're really just trying to get a couple units of medication to at least give me a little bit better odds here. So you're barely the tiniest bit ahead. And you're ahead a little bit. The good news is at least just flu. It could be way worse. We can go here for right now and just do regular limestone floors. Obviously, we'd want nicer ones, but we can worry about that when I've got some spare materials. I am keeping in mind that at any time it could be like, the mechs have found you! And then you have to run away. Yeah, Burning Sun is still slightly in the lead of their sickness. Come on, big tent. It's not a big tent. It is an existent tent. Come on, big tent. That's better. All right. Cool, so I did get 2 more medicine. Yeah, so it looks like Burning Sun is barely keeping ahead still. Hopefully they do alright. Marguerite is doing okay. If Marguerite keeps this up, Marguerite will be fine. Squirrel blood, turkey waddles, ground down at a pace that'll, cure the flu. Well, that's like with the herbal medicine, it's like, yeah, it's a fistful of garlic, it's some, it's some onion bits, whatever, some herbs. Yeah, arguably they have some medicinal properties, but really not exactly proper medicine of any kind. Yeah, so Burning Sun's still holding only about 1% ahead. Alright, try again. You have a really awful tent. Do a good tent. Not right now, game. 25% is better, while still honestly fairly appallingly bad. Let's go ahead and chuck down a fire since we have that occurring. So hopefully no one freezes to death. Can't be sick with disease if you're sick with this crap we're feeding you. If you could go to bed, that would be most appreciated. Where's some more heal root you can pull up? Luckily, I did actually get some food out of this before all that went down. Where did you go? What are you doing? Go to bed! I don't want to have to make one of the beds into a medical bed just to make you just rest. I'll do it, I just find it very frustrating that you'll be dying and be like, no, I want to draw on the floor. It brings me joy. Yeah, no, we hit the grav core where it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit under. Didn't realize I didn't bring enough steel or wood with me. I was like, cool, I got more than 400 packaged meals. We're well prepared in all that regard. Forgot how ridiculously cold it was, and I didn't have enough metal to get the geothermal up, so I was trying to slap a box over the geothermal so I could run my people in to deal with it. But people were just going down way too fast from the, hypothermia. And then, I didn't even remember I had the vac suits just ready to rock and roll, so I could have handled that. Alright. Big tent. Big tent. We really need a big tent in Burning Sun. 21% is not a big tent. You are consistently giving a barely passable tent on Burning Sun. Meanwhile, Marguerite's getting a little bit here and there, but on the average, a bit on the better side. Wasters hunting a refugee. Okay, so we would get an Impid with level 9 crafting and they would have a single drifter chase them. I am going to say yes. I am going to deliberately delay saying yes for a little while longer. You just had a 0% tend. Please don't do that. I need you to not wait. I need you to do that now. The cutting of the bricks, not that important. The making sure your friends don't die, a little higher priority at the moment. Okay, you did succeed on both of those. Alright. So we are going to let this person join. Okay. So we got a brand new contestant, a jogging impid, who has intellectual, social, crafting, and shooting. Not who's 87 years old with a bad back, frail, and cataracts. You had me on the first half. Alright, well, I don't even think you're going to get up here in time, but I mean... Start running your way back home. Now, you haven't eaten in a while, so there's a chance that Raider behind you might be a thing. Alright, so Raider... Okay, hold up. Hold up. So you, I don't want that much. You, on the other hand, the genie chasing you, who is a hardworking, jogging genie, who has plants and animals. The melee's crap for a genie, but that's fine. But the person right behind you, now we're talking. And they are a genie, so they'll likely go down easy. So we are going to take a risk here. I'm going to draw everyone together, and we are going to punch the crap out of this genie, and that is what's going to happen here. No shooting, just punchies. Where could we... Okay, so at a pinch, really fast, I could slap some wood walls here and here, and shove a bed here for a prisoner. Get in there, champ. Support him. Nice. Okay, so what needs to happen here? Of course, you knocked my construction person down. Alright. Fire at will is disabled? Yes, that was deliberate. Because I wanted to get this person, and I figured if I didn't disable that, he was going to take one arrow to the head and his head was going to explode. And that'd be the end of it. So Burning Sun is going to... Oh, you have the flu and you're only barely winning. How badly are you hurt? You're freezing to death. Killing me here. Of course the constructor would. Alright, are you doing well enough ahead? Yes, you're doing well enough ahead. Drop what you're doing. And I need you to seal that off real fast. You, on the other hand, pick this person up. And it's going to take you about 3 weeks to walk over here, so that's enough time. The down guy has clothes. I want the down guy more than the, I want the down guy more than the other stuff here. This person's terrible. This person's appallingly bad. But the person who raided us is actually a very considerably decent pawn. Oh, you're killing me with that. How long you be down? Oh, They're both getting hypothermia. Well, just go fast, I guess. I don't know. Oh, you actually did get hurt. You will never do doctoring. Crap. I gotta focus on keeping what I've already got. So our new recruit isn't gonna even live to get back home. Because I can't have you getting an infection. Permadeath? I don't... Do you mean commitment mode? Because the game is always permadeath. Yeah, because I won't mess with save stuff. Alright. So Sky Dreaming, no you're not. Go tend to them with the best medicine we got. A Mega Sloth is self-tamed. Cool, we will eat you later. Because right now, you have the flu and need to be treated immediately. Don't worry about that. Go work on this. I would say, because you couldn't get him back in time anyways. Where are you? Of course you're out, slowly dying of hypothermia so you can skywatch. I know, this person's getting frostbite more and more. No, don't go back yet. Do that wall. Oh my god, please stop botching it. Okay, so, prisoners, do this. Capture you. I don't know if you're gonna survive or not, but we're gonna try it anyways. Convert. Because they might survive the hypothermia, they might not. I can't, unfortunately, stop to deal with it. Honestly, that's fine. I was literally going to kill it anyways. Okay, so you're gonna be fine. You are still just barely ahead. Please stop having 0% 10s. Okay, I need you to quickly harvest this. Because Luna's only a maybe potentially become a colonist. I would love for them to become a colonist, but they're not someone who got locked in. Oh, come on, I need you to not botch that. I have no medicine, and I need to treat Burning Sun as fast as we can, or Burning Sun dies. This cold snap, of all things, is going to be the death of us. I don't care about Luna. Catatonic on Burning Sun, that'll be great for farming. Can't catch a break. So get you home real fast before you die of hypothermia. You need to refuel the fire. Everyone's going to dive to the cold. Tend to Burning Sun, then feed Burning Sun as fast as you can. Burning Sun might be okay, as long as we get them fed. Okay, so room's warming up enough that it's not going to be instant death. It looks like Burning Sun is going to make it. That's fine. They're going to die in like 1 second. Well, we tried. Yeah, and that one was just terrible, like, having an Impid and then a Genie and then this cold snap going on, and meanwhile you have the flu actively going on and everything else going on. So feed them, they're starving, that's a higher priority. And you're about to be on the other side of your flu, so you're going to live through that. And you're catatonic. Unfortunately, that did wipe out all of our crops. And then the person who was our farmer is the one who was catatonic. And the raccoons and squirrels and all that are eating outside because we were in the middle of trying to build everything when all of this went sideways. And what we're going to do here is you're going to temporarily be made into a cook. Go butcher that so we at least get the meat from it. Cool. Don't care past that. Alright, so you're able to get back up. That wander. Cool. Yeah, you were over here somewhere when you went down, right? Time to call GG's. Oh, this is nowhere near the worst we've had this whole run. This is nowhere near the worst we've had this run. We have had a whole big mess this run. Okay, the cold snap is over. Bury them so we're not taking the mood penalty. Yeah, so you survived your flu. So did you. And go to assignments, get you back at your normal medicine requirements. I need you to refill the fire. Keep that room warm. Work, you are not going to bother resting. I need you to get up and cook while this meat's still good. Okay, so you're mining for now. Let's go ahead and have you stop mining that. That's not going to do us any good. Not for a while yet. It's apparently a boar that died at some point, which I missed. Okay. Oh hey, the Timberwolf is gonna die. That's just free food. Never mind, the cougar decided that it was theirs free food. I'll take the leftovers. We have a raid coming. This is not good, considering we have one of our primary combatants down due to catatonic. Where are you at? So we're gonna attack immediately. And industrious, quick sleeper, capable of melee and all that. Also frail and super old. They keep being like, what if we had like an S tier pawn, but like they were already half dead? Grab the food. We'll let the rest of that burn. There's no crops left, so do your thing. Come on, spread over to the corpse. Get the corpse out of here. Collections of good. So personal shielding would be cool and all. The shield belt or whatever, but that's not a priority. And you are nature running, trying to get that learning going. We are very close to them aging up. We got a couple of days, so we could definitely get growth tier 2. Blight on the heal root. Just tell me you don't want me to have plants. Don't give me false hope. You're gonna be like, cold snap killed everything but the heal root. Oh, I missed the heal root. Hang on. I can get those too, don't worry. I'm not gonna bother prioritizing them. When Burning Sun gets up, they'll cut it. Earth Rush is going to destroy it, and I need Earth Rush to keep the food going, so that's whatever. This has weirdly been my RimWorld experience for a long time. I just I no longer seem to get like the big raids anymore. It seems to be nothing but logistic battle of just cold snap, toxic fallout, blight, gut worms. Well, it's Cassandra. Did someone die? I mean, from when? Because we had a bunch of people die earlier, like 10 people or something, like, not really that many, like 8 people died earlier. We haven't had anyone die since then, though. Well, okay, take that back. We did have someone who joined the colony for about 10 seconds, didn't even get in from the edge of the map, who did die. Because they were frail, bad back, 87, coming in at a cold snap, and they froze to death. And then we did try to take a prisoner, but, like, I got them into the room and they froze to death as well. Because I didn't have time to make a proper anything yet. Because we are just dealing with our people not having a good time. The good news is, Marguerite here is just about to become an adult. And it looks like we'll get a couple of trade options. So no passions, but trade options. And that means they could fill in a gap here, and even if they're not necessarily good at it, that's fine. You know, very much the beggars can't be choosers. We should probably go ahead and we can get rid of these marble blackboards. They're not going to get done. Do we ever mind these? No. Really enjoyed your stream. You're very entertaining and enjoyable to watch. Well, thank you. You'll be back. You need to take the fish to the vet because it has a lump on its fin. Gotcha. I didn't realize people took the fish to the vet. I always thought that was one of those ones that people would have someone come by their house to check him out. But thank you for the kind words. It is a shame we didn't get to keep that genie. That genie would have been really good. Yep, so Burning Sun's gonna clean all this up and then start regrowing things. So you're gonna go back to rice again. Because I'm just in the we need food as soon as possible mode. Marguerite's gonna help with that. Because, unfortunately, the moment Marguerite becomes an adult, the clothes are going to explode off their body, and we will need to come up with some new stuff. Why are you not sewing that? Oh, because you're still set to 1 on Planka. Yeah, never mind. Alright. Yeah, so Margarita's hunting a little bit to get us some food. Then Earthrush is butchering and cooking what we're getting there. And then Burning Sun is trying to get, like, actual long-term food situated. So that works out pretty okay. It also means Margarita will get a bit more combat skills to hopefully get things in better shape for us. It's looking more and more like Marguerite's big job here is to just fight. That they'll fill in where they can between fights, but like the thing they're actually going to be good at almost exclusively is combat. We have a Lynx here as well. I'm gonna have to deal with those, and I know it. But with 3 people who are not super good at combat, with just okayish weapons, Cougars and Lynx can do a number, especially when you consider a Wimp, a Child, and then I guess Burning Sun is the only one who doesn't have anything going wrong with that regard. I'm gonna have to deal with the Cougars right there. If we're lucky, the Cougar will hunt the Lynx and they'll take each other out, but as close as it is to us, it's far more likely it'll end up hunting us. Alright. We need to go zone. You're part of the home zone. That's fine. Really worry about Marguerite because they're the only thing nearby that the Lynx and the Cougars would hunt. Okay, so you did get growth tier 2, and I do think there's basically... Yeah, you absolutely will not be getting growth tier 3. Let's say someday you might convince you that medicine is combat against illness, but you wouldn't hold your breath. Although, I suppose what you said earlier, I don't particularly like combat. It's just what I can do. Oh yeah. That's just what your character does in the colony, is they're just going to be dealing with that. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to get no passions at all. So you have your combat passions you got earlier, and you got your socializing passion. Alright, Danny and the Bluebirds. So we can do this, and we'll get a very young child, a 3-year-old toddler is going to join us. That's definitely going to help our cause. And shouldn't be anything to think about farther than that. Danny, I need you to run here as fast as possible. Burbs are fast. Oh, that cougar's totally eating you. That's fine. This is part of the plan. Get in here. Oh, would you look at that? We just got a whole bunch of free birds to eat. How many passions can you give to a child? So that depends on your learning. At the end, you can actually get almost everything a passion, because it's what, 4 passions on the last set. It's something like, I mean, I gotta look at it. Installation Booty. Yeah, so it's something like if we look at our stuff here, I think you can get, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think you get like 10 or, is there 9 or 10 of them passions by the time you get through all the levels? Yeah, because it's 3 or 4 at tier 8, and you get 3 rounds. So I guess you could technically get all 12. The odds are just ridiculously low of actually accomplishing that, because it's 3 or 4 at the max level. And there's only so much you can do around that. Alright, so we got Danny here. So we're gonna go ahead and put the name queue for whoever would like to be Danny, our brand new child who has joined the colony. Really kind of worried about the various dangerous critters on the map. But you can also do bio stuff to get passions. Bio stuff. Oh, biotech. Yeah. Where you can go and do, like, the biotech stuff to make things happen. Okay, so we can get another one of those. Oh, and I guess Ray's like, yeah, let's not worry about the chalkboards anymore, because, you know, we're not gonna have a kid who could do it. Let's put those back real fast. So Danny here... Okay, so Danny here is not gonna lose much of their learning time. They did lose about half of a year out of, like, from the 3 and on. So they probably won't be able to hit level 8 on their first growth up. They'll probably do relatively well. Let me go ahead. I'm going to quickly use the restroom while everyone's like putting in their names into the hat to be the new character. But I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright, so let's see who is going to be a brand new child in the colony. And that is going to be Gigacrump of Hell. Your name might be too long, but we'll see. Gigacrump of Hell. No, it fits. If it didn't fit, I was going to drop the Giga part. And named. So welcome to the colony. Yeah, no, Pacific Drive is such an amazing game. I keep... Ooh, hey, Glitter World. Thanks, man. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get another learning rank. Because, like, seriously, you're aging up in, like, the next day. Yeah, literally, you're going to age up any second now. So, there's no point really worrying about too much. Alright. Yeah, all hail Skydog. Skydog is amazing. We do have it queued up for us to make a weapon here when someone has a chance. Oh, here, sorry, I need to take back down the queue. We bring the queue up when someone new joins, and then when they get named, we bring the queue down. It's just that way people can get named at the time they show up. Alright, Marguerite is now an adult. That is not the greatest set of choices. Well, you can have terrible... That's fine. We'll do psychically hypersensitive. You wouldn't happen to be considered a tribal. What is your options? Because if you have nature, you are going to become a Psycaster. And you are art. So I still might try to make you into a Psycaster. But realistically, to make that happen, we're going to have to get a hold of ourselves some Neoformers and maybe do Empire things. And now that you've been an adult for about 30 seconds, what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to go ahead and put down an ideology spot right there. And we're going to go to you, social, assign role, moral guide, do it. So... you hit the ripe old age of 13, and we went, you are in charge, sir. And why are you in charge? You have a slight passion for social, which automatically makes you better than our other options. Yep, you've been a moral guide for a few seconds, and you're already at social... Well, you're still working on it, and you're already going to be at social 4. Versus Earth Rush was the other option, and they're at 1 with no passion. You hope to get some sick traits. Yeah, that's the hope. And what we're going to go ahead and do for Earth Rush is you're going to be the leader. Why are you upset? Innocent prisoner died, and it's my fault. Well, you'll be over it in about, like, half a day or whatever. Meanwhile... I do just need more stuff built. That's a good melee spellcaster. They will be. Right now at 13, I believe their different limbs and all that, I believe, have a lower max hit point than if they're 18. So we probably don't want them to get into melee too much if we don't absolutely have to. Oh, also schedule. You don't get to have the relaxing schedule you used to have. Alright. So you are going to help mine. That's going to be your priorities. Alright, Luxra, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so we are going to have to get our tailoring bench set up. It's just the catch of Earth Rush is kind of doing everything. They're the cook, they're the construction, and the crafter. And so it's not leaving a whole lot of room for other. Okay, so good news is most likely by tomorrow, by the time you wake up, this will be right about to drop off. And with that, you should go into the pauses where you're fine. We got most of that planted, so that's coming along. Yeah, so all things considered, I can cover most of the learning stuff that Giga would want. I can't help them with the watching television, they can't help them with radio talking. Not yet, at least. But all the other ones we should be able to do. Oh, and I can't help them with reading a book. We don't have any books yet. As soon as they have trade caravan, all that stuff. And hope you die a glorious death. The colony welcomes its child emperor. Yup. Yeah, because you're the moral guide. I'm going to give you the leadership role for now. Most likely, that'll end up going to Giga later. Most likely I'll end up going to Giga later once Giga gets, like, social. Because I almost always will take a social passion on pawns we raise. Social is one of those things in the game that people just undervalue. The higher your social is, the less likely you are to get into social fights, the less likely you are to install each other and all those kind of things, or insult each other, and all those kind of things. It also helps with, like, trade, and it helps with, like, you know, converting people, and just so many aspects of the game are helped by having decent social, and people just greatly underestimate it. Yeah, it's just one that people constantly undervalue. It's like, you don't understand. This will absolutely make a tremendous difference in your runs. Ooh, alpacas. We want to tame those. Yep, you can recruit people faster. Like, honestly, just the reduction in the risk of social fighting and insults ends up being huge. Those social fights are low-key one of those things that don't seem like that big a deal and will 100% slowly burn your colony down. Let's see, and you get a psychic harmonizer and you make them happy as a body modder for more reduced prices. Yep. You're right, actually. So Marguerite's going to have problems because of the lack of clothes. We're doing what we can. Until you get do Yadkin children tearing each other's arms and limbs off, which happens to me. Oh yeah, no, the number of times, that's actually the first time I did a sanguiphage run. I had the sanguiphage on 2 separate occasions, get into a social fight, and then immediately decapitate the person they were social fighting with. Alright, I'm not loving this, but it's been a long time due. That'll do. And I will home zone this, so they put out the fire. Okay. What do we have for memes of the ideology? Right now we have Guilty and Prolicizer. We were shipborne, but when our ship got abandoned because of really bad situations, we did drop shipborne, so we weren't dealing with -10 from being stuck on the planet and and being outdoors. So we'll probably get that back later on, but that is what we're dealing with for the moment. Yes, it's 95 to build those. Interesting that you're skipping building these. They're like a requirement you have there? You've got the marble. Build those. Because that'll help with learning. Yeah, because we could tame those alpaca. That would be amazing. What's the... I should actually check. What is the alpaca's taming requirement. Come on, be like nothing. Chew. What do we have for our animal capability? 2. Oh, right. I need to be converting people. So 23, 47. Hot dang. Why is Burning Sun so easy to... Oh, because of kind. That's right. Kind does make you vulnerable to being converted. Okay. No blocks in that shelf. But blocks can... Well, actually, I have that set to take anything. And then no steel on this shelf. Because that doesn't rot, it doesn't need to be shelved. And block by block, we're getting this all built. Oh, we can latch that door open. I will say, Giga's little paper doll here, for a little kid, that kid's got a chiseled jaw. Got a jaw that can break stone. Like, genuinely at first, I thought it was a Neanderthal. Because just, you know, the Neanderthals have, like, the blocky jaws. And it's like, wait, really? Alright, so let's go check with the caravan. You got anything for me? We can get rid of the short bow pour that I forgot I had. And you can have a worn out pair of clothes. So where on the shelf? There's the bow. I don't know what that means. I don't know what a lot of that means. And I'm afraid to ask. You know a guy in high school that had a jaw that can put Jay Leno and Bruce Campbell out of shame? I think that's what the kids say these days. There's a lot of the young lingo I get, but those are ones like I know I've heard mogging before, but I don't know what it means. Yeah, so you're still getting the marble. We're still building stuff down here. And you are still upset because your barracks are awful, your sleep is disturbed, you failed to convert someone you ate without table, and all that stuff. Basically, like, one-upping people. Gotcha. Gotcha, I get ya. Makes sense. You have handle as 2. You're not restricted anyway, right? Yep. What is your ideology? Free connection supremacy. Okay. And what is your ideology? Just shipborne. That's fine. Anyone want to fall down? Okay. I'm just gonna keep having you run around and using that bow to get better and better with it. Because you're probably gonna be like our main combat pawn. So we should be getting the rice up relatively soon. Now, we are finding, I have this down, we do have the scenario activated for, alright, we got the lynx chasing us. Ooh, where's Marguerite positioned? That is exactly always the concern. So you start running down this way a little bit. Got through the mud to go a little bit there. How long till you're in range? Alright, so you made it. How badly you get messed up? Just a minor scratch. Oh, we can also have you stop self-tending if we have anyone still set to that. Alright, so that's another dangerous animal off the map. That is one thing about some of the maps, like the temperate forest and the jungle and the swamps and all that. It's just the sheer volume of predatory animals you can get there can be pretty obnoxious. Where it's like you're trying to keep them out and you just keep having to hunt them again and again. Until you get like an enclosed perimeter that you don't really need to leave. It is just trying to like cull them constantly. Look at you. Down here doing your fishing. Just working on that animal skill. Very slowly. Now, Azri, just pull up a suit of cataphract armor for me. Or like a bioferrite sword or something like that. I pulled up, I think, a cataphract helmet, I believe, from fishing. I still think the most ridiculous one I had was in one of the guilty runs. I helped some refugees, and like a month or two after they left, you know, here I am, I'm still like running around in tribal wear and all that because we were doing like ritualist tribal, so our research sucked. And I did get sent cataphract armor. It was like excellent quality cataphract armor, so I had all these people running around with bows and like pointy sticks and all, and there's this one dude in the giant set of armor. Still just hitting people with an equa. There's been a number of runs where very early I popped the Ancient Danger while I was still running around with like spears and equa and all that, and you know, got away with some like recon armor, marine armor from the Ancient Danger pawns. It doesn't last super long, unfortunately, because you don't have much damage, so you end up having to shrug off a bunch of hits. And one of the downsides of the cataphract and the marine armor is they cover almost every part of your body, which is a good thing, but it does mean almost every single hit you take will cost you some durability on the one piece of armor, versus that's actually one of the benefits of sticking with flak. It's because you have the pants, the jacket, and the helmet are all separate pieces. When you take hits, you take a little bit of durability from different spots versus all of it coming from one. Okay, so I noticed our mood breaks are starting to drop off. That's because we've moved up to a somewhat impressive rec room and dining room. That's kind of the reason I was trying to get that built. We do need to get the bedrooms going, but that'll be like the next one on the agenda. Okay. So I think for right now, let's take Marguerite off of dealing with the fishing. No, that's probably fine. I'm gonna probably have to have you drop off hunting, because I do need someone out mining at least a little bit. And it's not gonna happen because Earthrush is wearing way too many hats. Marguerite, on the other hand, is very limited on the hats that they can wield effectively. Alright, so we've got Burning Sun also converted now, so that's good news. That leaves just Giga to be converted. Okay, and you're about to have that one maxed out, so just like before, I'm going to take this and I'm going to switch you over. I think you're going to become strawberries for now. And that's because rice is good for fast food, but bad for, like, you know, like lots of nutritions per effort. Berries aren't exactly great because they don't last as long. But, you know, really, I'm talking myself out of the berries. So I'd love to switch over to corn because of how good corn is. But for a tile that supposedly has year-round growing season, it really does seem like it's not very year-round. But it's fine. Yeah, so you've been fishing here and slowly, like, lowering the population. That's okay. We've got more furniture I can make out of marble, which will be good. We can use that to making our dressers and side things and all that for the bedrooms once we get more sandstone to deal with that. Cougar's down there. Timberwolf's over there. Ideally, they fight each other. Blind Healer. Here we go, and it is a kind blind healer who is good at construction, cooking, and plants. Which is very much right up my alley of what I want. So we're gonna have Earthrush run out here and say, yo, buddy, you're in the colony right now. And we hope this one stays, so we will be allowing the blind healer to stay. Now, for those who don't know, this is considered a creepy joiner. So there's a couple things we need to make sure we be careful about. At this stage, they could have a metal horror. That is actually a very likely possibility. And for this, I could probably take you off construction for a while and let you focus on crafting and cooking. And then let you take over construction. But they could have a metal horror. That is a very, very strong possibility. And I did learn that unnatural healing does spread metal horror if they're infected. I have learned that. That was a hard-learned lesson. We didn't lose because of it, but it did create a problem in a past run. So we're going to go ahead and put this up. Now, this person might not stay with us. So just keep that in mind. But if you'd like to be the unnatural healer, you're going to do exclamation mark join. Now, that said, if I get a say in it, I'm going to try really hard to get this person to stay. That will be something we would put a significant effort into making happen. And just in case that does come up, we'll say furniture, here, prison. But yeah, because I'd love to do the unnatural healing, But until we know what their deal is, we want to leave that alone. In case they are a metal horror. Because genuinely, being down to just bows and no armor, if a metal horror pops, that's actually a pretty nasty fight. Because we won't have much damage to throw at them, nor will be able to take the damage from them, and metal horrors are pretty good at slicing you up pretty bad. And you know, whoever, like, if the metal horror's in the unnatural healer, they will go down. So you get the idea. We get into one other person and it's pretty much done, because it'll be 2 metal horrors on 3 people with bows. And I doubt we'll be able to kite them or anything. It's unlikely to be a metal horror, but not impossible. The other things it could be is 1, that the person betrays me after a while. 2, they do a psychic scream thing where everyone falls down nearby, which is kind of the easiest one to deal with early on, but also one of the most obnoxious ones. They can have crumbling mind. Normally, if a pawn has crumbling mind and their mind does crumble, that's it, they're out. But I am willing to tolerate a unnatural healer with crumbled mind. You know, you're just gonna stand around, eat food, and be a mech healing serum. The organ decay one, I'm willing to put a lot of effort into trying to save an unnatural healer. They can also just straight up leave, which is the most likely thing to happen. Very likely thing to happen. If that does happen, I will try to arrest them, which is why I put down the prison down there, is that way I already have it made for if that happens. So you have a significant penalty because of all that. You've been insulted a bunch of times. Let's see, would you say an unnatural amount of effort to keep them? No, it's natural. It's just a lot. An unnatural amount of effort is if there was a ritual I could use on them, which I would absolutely use if there was such a ritual in the game. And we can, I guess there is the one where you erase memories. Usually that's not necessary, though. Okay, if I let you stop hunting, we have plenty of food now. And then I'll let you get on to mining. So I think what we're going to do here is go to the wildlife. And I'm going to start clearing off the list here. And the llamas haven't left the map yet, but it looks like they're going to. For some reason, we aren't really taming them. We have the food to try. Meanwhile, we're gonna go furniture, marble. Once I get that walled off, I will open it up that we can build the geothermal, and then start running the power here, start getting all this converted over to electricity. Yeah, it's going to take a little while for that to drop off. Because it took you... Corpse Obsession. Oh, I mean... I only wanted the first one buried, but okay. Where did you put that corpse? Normally they put on the... I don't know, I don't care. Did you... Wait, are you burying the animals? No. A little confused. Oh, you know what? It's probably they wounded it or ran around out here and then it died from bleeding out. But because it wasn't marked at that point, to be hunted, it got disallowed as opposed to being allowed. Okay. Major break risk on you because you got insulted a bunch of times. And you're doing that, which you only do after all the other things. It's honestly fine. I'm not too fussed on who wants to go out there and fish or whatever. Because these will be grown soon. I've got tons of food ready. Guess one thing it could do. You got nothing else to do, go get me a bunch of heal root. Okay, so you've got that built. So you can now allow the geothermal. And I'll wait till it's built, and then we'll start running wires and getting lights set up and all that stuff. Oh, do you have some more sandstone? Mad Ibex Ram. Okay. Crumbling Mind. Alright. Oh, and I need to draw this name. Let me go ahead and get that. So congratulations, Silveraxi. You got a Crumbling Mind. But you will be allowed to stay anyways because unnatural healing is that good. Now that does mean I can use your unnatural healing without fear of the metal horror. Really, Burning Sun? Now? Okay, so we have another raid coming. Yeah, no, you could summon Sight Stealers on friendly fire, which is fine. But yeah, once you have Crumbling Mind, because it chooses one negative, Crumbling Mind is the negative it chose. So I shouldn't have to worry about you, you know, doing a bunch of other stuff. I'll go ahead and have you grab that knife. Obviously, I'm not going to actually have you fight up close. You're, like, the unnatural healer's too valuable of a pawn. I'm hoping Burning Sun gets over their mood break soon. They should have gone up and pressured that, but it's a little late for that now. You got a headshot is a lot of movement penalty? No, none at all. I should not have had you leading that. You back off this way. You that way. Okay, you're faster. Just keep on kiting. Oh, also, you can heal now. And you'll be allowed to cook. But in the meantime, you rescue them. How are you? Badly. Oh. Oh, Neanderthals, so tanky. Mine is a terrible thing to waste. That's why two-thirds of all politicians are, yep. Yup. Alright, I need someone else on that. We'll have to deal with that, the whole blind part of being a healer. Let's just do that way faster. Alright. So one thing we'll want to do for you, exotic goods trader. So first, well, let's see what they have. But assuming they don't have anything amazing, we're going to remove the peg leg from Marguerite in 5 days and have Silveraxi unnatural heal it to get our leg back. Actually, we shouldn't do that. That's a mistake, because we are a body modder. That'll take a mood penalty if we go with that. Not that we could afford anything they have here. Work on converting you. I'll have the potatoes up soon. Right, and what I was doing before that is it's time to go and get our bedroom sorted out, which is long overdue. So let's go ahead and grab our sandstone walls. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. So we can get more of our base up. Yeah, we finally got an alpaca. I really do want a breeding pair, which unfortunately we won't get because they're both the ones that are still there are female, but that's fine. It gets us an alpaca or a alpaca, maybe a pair, and you can worry about that after that point. Disease infection on Earthrush. Okay, we could do the best we can for Earthrush. So not operations. We'll hit them with that. And their best currently available doctor is Marguerite, which is very, very on the beggars can't be choosers. So we're gonna hit him with a glitter because her unnatural healing is not available to just get rid of it. So we gotta keep it treated. That's a terrible tend. We got 2 days in the preach health as well. And also on top of that, Earthrush is an Impid who has a weak immune system, so they heal slower than most people. So Earthrush is in danger. Why did I do that wrong? I did. Let me guess. I switched. Whose medicine did I switch over? I switched yours. And we'll go in here. That's now part of the home zone, and all this here is now a part of the home zone as well. Yeah, because there was no ancient danger on this map, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. If there is, it'd have to be, like, perfectly concealed in there, which is very, very unlikely. Just a timber wolf down there. I mean, this isn't the ship. This is just making our base. And I just round my bedrooms. That's a thing I've always done. Well, not always, but I've done it a lot because square or rectangle bedrooms get tiresome after a while. You kind of keep finding yourself building the same rooms over and over again. It's one of the reasons I don't play like on these super duper sweaty settings like I used to. When you have to do so much wealth management, you can't have that much flourish, that much anything interesting. You gotta like really kind of keep your wealth down and all that. And I used to do that a bunch back when it was like the big sweaty thing was Naked Brutality Ice Sheet, where you had to like put yourself in a little box around the geothermal, and you know you killed and ate anything and everything that came onto the tile until you managed to get to hydroponics, at which point then at that point you're just kind of on a normal run. But well, that's also back in the day where you'd end up getting almost nothing but Manhunter packs and mechs because the tile gets so cold that normal raiders wouldn't show up. Medical emergency. It is going to be very close. Okay, you. I need you to knock out, like, a super tend here. 25%. That made it worse. Oh, but you are going to win. Or you're probably going to win. It's almost... Yeah, I think you're going to be okay. You have a very, very, very slight lead. You were behind and you just barely caught up. I'm not sure if you'll hold that lead with the bad tend. Oh man, you are losing ground. It is incredibly close. 100% on infection when immunity hit. But made it. That's twice in this run alone we have had 100% on an infection that the person did manage to eke out at the very last possible second. And it's just because the way the numbers are rounded that, like, it'll show it before it's actually there. So furniture, double bed. So you're back up. Go grab your bow. And you're upset about existence in general. That just means it's gonna take longer for them to recover. Yeah, they are an impid. They do heal slowly. The good news is once you've got immunity, it actually goes pretty fast to recover. Alright, Silveraxi, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, it does seem like maybe the mechs don't chase you unless you have a valid ship, is what I'm guessing. Because we did drop this thing here. We've got the tech now. We've got this here. We do have the mech scenario on because they have chased us a bunch in this run so far. But we are way overdue for them to hit us again. So I'm a little disappointed that's the way it works. I understand why it's the way it works, so you don't lose your ship and that's just the end of the run. But, like, it is a little bit of a bummer that even with the core planted, you know, they're not coming after us anymore. Corpse Obsession again. I'm okay with you continuing to get Corpse Obsession, especially if you keep going after these graves on the right. Oh, right. Okay, so Lovraxi can no longer do a lot of things. They can handle and they can fish. But that's because they've gotten the full way through Crumbled Mine. Later on, if we get a Healing Mech Resurrection Serum, we will kill Savraxi and then have Savraxi, you know, rip their skull out and then resurrect them so they can get their eyes and brain back. Oh, that also means Savraxi can no longer do construction, so you're back in construction, Earth Rush. For a few moments you were going to be allowed to craft, but those times are over. Probably also go over here and put a wooden door on this side, make this a central hub. Now you can start putting like a production room over here or something. Or put a production room down there was actually probably the better bet. But we can just work on it. Because right now, like, we're not building this like a ship. I'm not going to be able to get the Gravelite panels at any easy rate. I'm going to end up having to caravan over, check underground bunkers and all that, and then see if we get lucky with the Gravelite panels. Or we get to the point where we can do trade with the space things, which we already have all the tech. I just need the components and steel and all that. But if we can get that set up, then we can do trade and just, whenever Gravelite panels come up, pull them down. So you're ravenously hungry, that is a you problem. There's more than enough food. It's available, you can eat it. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna bump this up a little bit so you start working on mining. Because we're not gonna get any of this other stuff set up until someone does. Yeah, that's just what our healer does. Our healer just wakes up and fishes. That's the life they live. It is exciting that I might actually get this Devil Strand. Need to make space for a tailoring bench, though. Also, I probably need to go through... allow you to go there. Alright. Furthers is fully healed. Everyone's kind of losing their clothes from them wearing out. Once we get the tailoring bench up, we actually have a lot of our stuff researched, thankfully. It's just gonna take time. You can go furniture. We'll keep all that going. So got the beds built. And I really hope Giga, as they age up, get some passions. As we're alive and going for now, thanks to our great moral guide. Absolutely. Okay, so we did get the other alpaca. Sadly, not a breeding pair, but that is 2 alpaca. That does mean they will be a source of some wool. So I guess what we'll probably do from here is I don't want to make a giant wood wall if I don't have to, because it'll just, you know, it'll just get burned every time a raid shows up. So let's go over here. That's unnecessary, but it's fine. So I'm just gonna make a pen here for the alpaca. It's way bigger than it needs to be. It's gonna cause me grief because of that. We'll worry about that when we get there. Catfish spine. So you got a catfish spine in you. Oh, never mind. You just got a bruise. That's whatever. Okay. Operations leg. Remove peg leg. Because if we do that, then we can use unnatural healing to just give you... Well, again, don't do that. I keep doing that out of instinct. They are a body modder. If we do that, they're going to get upset. Until we got something else to hook them up with. Okay, is there anyone else who needs an unnatural healing? Nope. We can just hold on to that. Keep it in the pocket. Okay. Getting close to getting that room built. Oh, cool. So we got that one done. Then the question is, do we go and do the fine limestone floors? I think for right now, we just go for regular limestone floors. And then once we start having a surplus of some stone, we can put like stripes of the good stuff to boost the quality of the room. Alright, with that, then we now have what we need for the animals to go in here. Cool, and you're actually starting to build the geothermal vent. Or geothermal power. Okay, so with that, we should at least be able to get the occasional bit of alpaca wool. You know, just never do fine stone. Yeah, it's pretty rare I do it. Most of the time what I'll end up doing is I'll do like the totematic, which is the same idea, but that's usually on a map that you're like, I have an abundance of stone that I don't really need to worry about. But it's definitely one of those things that if you do it too early, you just take forever to get the rooms floored, and then the sanitation is not as good, so a lot more infections. Or, you know, people just get upset because it's just taking you too long to get their rooms to be nice. That kind of thing. Temporary workers. Latch would join. A kind wimp who is a night owl, who can't do plants or whatever. Lots of good passions otherwise. But we already have, like, multiple kind people and wimps. The passion for medical is definitely something worth considering. But it would need to give up 2 workers for a whole season, which is a pretty hard sale. We could give up Selvaxi for a while, because that'll honestly keep them safe from getting caught up in a fight. But the other 3, Burning Sun is the one giving us our plants. Earth does basically everything. Marguerite could potentially go. You mostly haul and clean. So I could send these 2, and that wouldn't actually be the worst. And then that would allow me to either take the Neoformer for Marguerite, or again, we could bring Latch on. I do think, though, I need to stop taking Wimps. Because looking at our colony, you've got a Wimp, you've got someone who's not quite an adult, like they're an adult but not like 18, and a child. So all 3 of these have like pretty bad chance of surviving a fight, and then you've got Crumbling Mind. So we got a lot of soft pawns right now. The Neoformer would give us a psychic ability. The first Neoformer psychic ability is usually going to be hot garbage. I think I'm going to actually pass and just focus on the base right now. So with this, power here, bring it on through here, bring it on down here, bring it on down here, bring it up, bring it over. Because now we're going to go furniture, lights, light in this room, lights in those room. That one's got its own built-in light, light above the beds, and we'll get all that going. And this will be a production room down here once it's done. That's going to be our storage room, and we're going to start building out the bedrooms. But all that's going to take time. What we can do in the meanwhile is production, hand tailoring bench, plunk you down there, furniture, chair, plunk you down there, and then we can add onto the queue some basic, like, you love wall lamps so much? Yeah, no, it used to be a mod you had to do. It was actually one of the things that kind of surprised me is when they did make wall lamps just part of things. Okay, who's... You're about to convert on your own. So let's go and work on Silveraxi. Major break risk on you, because you're greedy for an impressive room. You don't have clothes. It is what it is. We're working on it. Yeah, because once we get the tailoring bench, we can start having them make clothes. Yep, it used to be... There was, like... You can actually look it up. There was, like, a wall light mod and everything. And I think they have, like, just a thing that it's like, hey, this is here for just historic reasons or whatever. But it's, you know, I think it's got, like, Solid Snake, and he's got, like, he's saluting now because, like, you know, it's not needed anymore. I think there's a few extra features it offers that aren't baked in. But yeah, no, it used to be a mod. I think it was only... Was it... Ooh, was it... I think it was Anomaly that it became the base game. I was going to say Odyssey, but I actually think it was Anomaly. Because I want to say they gave us the wall lights in Anomaly, and then they gave us the advanced, like, big floodlights that covered a large area in Anomaly as well. And that's just because they have the Noctil event, and so they really needed you to do stuff with lights. So they did kind of go through and do a cleanup of the lights to make them more, you know, a little bit more flexible, a little bit more, because it used to be the only lights we had were the standing lights and then the sun lamp. And then, you know, your torches. Yeah, and that was what I think is, like, the wall lights mod has, like, wall sun lamps and all that. I don't believe the wall sun lamps ever really got that much play, typically. But the wall lights certainly did, before it was part of core. Alright, so let's go here. Bills added. Pants, do until you have one at least 90%. We'll go in here, and... We could go, let's be ridiculous. Let's go formal shirt, 90%. That'll be a waste of materials, but, you know, let's be hecking fancy. Let's try to remember, you are the witch layer. You're middle layer. And then you are skin layer. And then the cape is outer layer. So even though I really don't need to do this, we'll do it this way. So you have a formal vest. And a corset. None of these are necessary. They actually won't help in a lot of ways. They'll actually be a delay thing. We'll go ahead and say top hats. And then there's the ladies' hat. Where's that at? None of this is practical at all. And then face masks. And finally, we need to make kids' pants. Kid shirt. And kids' parka. So it's unreasonable just because of how many different things I did there. You can get around a lot of that. It's also a thing that genuinely I'd be better off just making the vac suit helmets when we got the machine bench back up. I'm a little worried that we're going to have a little bit of a struggle with components until we've got the grav ship back up and running. So that's the reason I'm trying to avoid making vac suit parts and all that. Okay, we got the lights coming back on. And we're starting to make pants and all that, which will help people's moods a lot. Because it won't be too much longer till these helmets start... actually, the helmets are holding up okay. I was expecting the helmets to be, like, in, like, the 50-ish percentile health, but it looks like they're actually doing alright. I'll do ideology. Grab the styling bench. It's not technically a production thing, but I'm going to chuck it in here anyways. Reinstall you over here. Reinstall you down there. Reinstall you down here. That's just not needed anymore. Alright, with that said though, chat, it is getting to be a bit later than I probably should be going. I've been going long a lot lately, but it has been, I mean, while the run has had a rough day, it has been a good day stream-wise. I've enjoyed it. We checked out the Aqua Park Tycoon at the beginning of stream, which was good. Definitely early access. Definitely needs a little bit more time to like bake and all that kind of good stuff, but had fun with that. Pretty quickly switched over to RimWorld where we've been playing that, and the run's been going pretty well. So, I'll need to check. Most likely there will be a stream tomorrow. Tomb is off, so we might do something together. We'll see what's going on with that. But if I do stream tomorrow, very good chance it'll be more RimWorld. If not, the absolute worst case scenarios, we'll stream again on Saturday. I stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, so I do hope to see you all there with that. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly for you because I do not have a host on the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those over here on the Twitch side, just like you saw happen a second ago, if you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in